disappointment. Now the vice president often tell me, since he got a seat as vice president, how many persons have I recommended in this government to serve in the government as presidential appointee? 0. Every appointment in Nima County was done by him. He and I would discuss something as a brother. To implement it, you will bypass me and do different things. I better keep it. I don't talk on it.
Now you need to see us. The thing we saw, it frustrates us. So why can't you lie? Why can't you steal? Why can't you allow the citizens to be? You see, we just tell you. That's why we voted you. But you fool us, you screw us, you use us and later on abuse us. So why? The government should lie. Why? But that's the question that we ask.
The good person in our whole United Party, that President Bwaka. You want to say that again? The only person that appreciate good among all the United Party for the President Bwaka. The rest are ungrateful. The right, they use you and dumb you. But President Bwaka, if all of them were thinking the President Bwaka and behaving the President Bwaka, United Party will have another chance in 2029. Just for now, they do not regard people that help them.
Of our soldiers were executed on this party ground. 2 at the back and 1 right at the headquarters. The man who shot and killed our people today is a darling boy in the Liberian National Police. They brought him back to shoot more guns. Get ready to shoot. Because we challenge the status quo appropriately.
Inform that violence or still any student because of their action, it will be the day the entire Brothers administration will cut down. We will massively violate the students in this country and we'll shut down the Brothers administration. The day that happens, we have the capability to do so. And if they think this renovation project is a joke, let them try it. The fall of the Brothers administration begins with this. If they think they will tumble on any student in this country or at the university like going and work away with impunity, while our children saving opponents and lottery in the Western world, while we are subjected to agile power and bad learning conditions here, and the thing will say.
In the first 100 days, no car will get stuck on the major road in this country. And I mean it.
You say it out loud?
It's going down. First floor. There you have it.
That led to decades of war still run deep. But so too does the longing for reconciliation. A reconciliation defined not by political bargaining or by an artificial balance of power by tribe, region, religion, or ethnicity, but by the equality of opportunity and a better future for all Liberians.
Bwaka can lie, the government, all the ministers in the government, they can lie. They don't put all hustler, they put a hustler, they lie. Everything they say, they never say the truth.
Today, the supporters of His Excellency Joseph Bwaka presents him as a poor man from Lofa, and I said that he will understand the plight of the poor people. Fellow Liberians, do not be fooled. First President Bwaka is not poor like you, not even as me. As Vice President, his office received more money from the government budget than any other Vice President has received in Liberia's history. He has enjoyed some of the best and most lucrative government jobs.
First of all, there's this, what I call sort of vicious lie about the fact that Mr. Pewee is gay or bring gay lifestyle to Liberia. It's complete bullshit. When people can accuse you of stealing people's money, when they can accuse you of being involved in war, anything, people don't make up stuff. They don't make up shit. Excuse my language, right? So it's complete nonsense. I'm married, 8 Teresa, 2 children, 5 grandchildren. I believe in traditional family values, so it's complete bullshit, complete nonsense.
Young man, vice president, young man that are vice president, they made just so 500,000. I mean, Jamaica, the man just went to, I forget that Jamaica, the man just went to Ghana, the fit, and they may bring it all company in the country. I mean, Kun, they can't reach yourself. Kun, man, you know, Kun, but I want to sophisticated, quiet, hardcore rule in Labro. But Labro,
when 2029 come and pass, then you finally leave. Mission is completed. Now, what the rules of engagement? When the war ended, the guy said, the captain, the commander said, mission complete. There wounded out first. All men on board.
Everywhere there is no school, I will put school. And everywhere there is school and school in bad condition, I will renovate it. I told them, towns and villages, everywhere you will have lights in the town for children to play and people to see. I told them, every town will have safe drinking water.
If Charles Taylor is the problem, he will be out of here in the twinkle of an eye. And I say, let well-meaning Liberians come home. If we respect this constitution, a government formed in Accra is a violation of Article 1 of the Constitution. Let them come home. Let that government be formed in Monrovia.
The government that capital road, small there, road, B road, all kinds of the place. I think the reason Joseph Boakai will not do much because the old man, the papa is suffering. The papa loves the country, but he can't make it. The criminal there around him, they sophisticated than him. They are sophisticated criminals, so they can't make it.
Your league Costa, God know how to pay people. It's just simple. Costa that accused everybody here but himself. Everybody, Joe, we join, we kill Joe, he killed Joseph Boakai. Boakai still living. Joe, no, you leave my brother. He made me senator. He almost made Joseph Boakai president until he screwed up. We gave God the glory. Yeah. Well, Boakai, when he screwed, he said, oh, we don't want to make sure we will fought for him to be reconciled with the president. And then the people who fought for him. Look, your league Costa, you will come. And Costa on a podcast, he said, they don't been calling me. Okay. The time you were calling me for me to kind of Boakai, did I put it on radio? That immaturity to do what he talking about.
And I guarantee you, when we finish, there will not be a winner or the loser. Today we all wear the jersey of Liberia, and the victory belongs to the people, to the peace, and to our democracy. As we begin to build upon the foundation of this new Liberia, I, George Seleke Kromah, the new president, will first give thanks and praises to the Almighty God for the blessing He has bestowed upon our country. And I say, my people, thank you,
When you elect on 85 irresponsible men, what happened to the country? We elected on 85 irresponsible men to govern this country, not to be very irresponsible.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. I am Jerome Gayman. I am your host, your utmost servant. Your brother from Grand Bassa County is on the radio. Well, we have one republic. We should have one people. And we should have one law that governs everybody. From the inception of this nation, we have always had issues with law and law enforcement. When the United Partisans were coming to power, They show a glaring disrespect for the rule of law. And their mantra is, you can talk until you tire. We will do what we want to do. Talk tire. If you went on all the social media pages, Unity partisans are saying the same thing, talk tire. The rules and the Constitution means absolutely nothing to them. You talk tire. The president can disrespect the Supreme Court. Talk tire. The president can remove even those that he entered contract with, like those who are in tenure position. He can remove them, disregard the contract he signed, and they will say, talk tire. Yet then from the same mouth, you will hear them say, the law is the law. That is, if you are referencing other people, then the law is the law. The rule of law, according to them, and no one is above the law. Where they are demolishing homes, removing people from tenure positions, disregarding the act that established the Ministry of Transportation, gutting the Ministry of Transportation without going to the legislature and repealing the act that established the Ministry of Transport with all its organs. Talk tire. This brings us to the top of our monologue. Some will argue justice in the Republic of Liberia depends on your social strata, your social status. This is where we are today. Let's look at what happened in the Supreme Court. Share this show, let your friends know that we are talking serious business. It says today is the 17th of February, 2026. And the Supreme Court came down with another decision, another ruling today. This one is Dr. Dopoh versus the Republic of Liberia through the President of the Republic. Give you a backdrop, I think it was in August or September, the President of the Republic of Liberia removed the director of NPHIL. The reason given was that the board of directors have recommended his dismissal for cause. Today, the Supreme Court says the entire process was bogus. The board cannot manufacture facts. And in so doing, the Supreme Court orders reinstatement of the Director General Dopoh, Myean. The Supreme Court says that the administration of Joseph Yuma Boyka violated the due process of law and wronged Dr. Myean. The Supreme Court of Liberia has ordered the immediate reinstatement of Dr. Christopher Myean as Director General of the National Public Health Institute of Liberia, NPHIL, ruling that his removal by the executive branch was unconstitutional and violated statutory due process protections in the Republic of Liberia. The decision marks a dramatic judicial rebuke of the Boyka administration, highlighting the constitutional limits on presidential authority to remove tenured public officials. It also underscores the judiciary's commitment to upholding due process and protecting institutional independence in Liberia's public health sector. I spoke briefly about the background. How did we get here? Dr. Myean, a trained epidemiologist with extensive experience in infectious disease control, was appointed Director General of this institution 2024. Under his leadership, the institution played a critical role in Liberia's response or responses to the Mpox outbreak and subsequent public health emergencies, earning international recognition for its robust interventions. But in September 2025, Dr. Myean was abruptly sacked by President Joseph Yuma Boyka following a resolution from the board recommending his removal for gross inefficiency. Remember, gross inefficiency. That means he is incompetent and acts undesirable to public interest. Those are the charges. Not only was he claimed to be incompetent, but he was so bad that he being at the ministry or at the agency would be detrimental to Liberia, they say. They both cited alleged management failures, but provided no documentation investigation to substantiate its claim against the learned doctor. Dr. Myean challenged determination, arguing that it is in violation of both statutory and constitutional protection under our laws. The board emphasized that its decisions were guided by the need to restore efficiency, accountability, and good governance within the public health sector of the Republic of Liberia. According to the resolution, Dr. Myean's tenure as head of the country's lead public health institution was marked by a litany of administrative and managerial failures. The board accused the Director General of persistently bypassing statutory oversight, operating without transparency, and making unilateral decisions that undermine the governance structure of the institution. Specifically, the board pointed to one. The board stated that Dr. Myean repeatedly failed to involve the board in critical decision-making processes concerning the agency's operations. There was an ongoing lack of coordination and collaboration between the agency and the Ministry of Health. The board also cited non-adherence to its statutory role as the governing authority of the Institute, and noted that Dr. Myean made numerous foreign trips without informing either the board or any acting Director General during his absence. The resolution further indicated that Dr. Myean, since official communication to both the President of the Republic of Liberia and the National Legislature without the knowledge and input of the board. Partners also raised concerns about his leadership and conduct. The board noted that the institutional budget was submitted without their approval, and institutional affairs were often discussed in the media without the authorization of the board. These issues, the board said, represent serious grievance and governance failures. In February 2025, the board had previously suspended Dr. Myean and requested a written apology due to a separate set of concerns involving media engagement that were deemed inappropriate by the board. However, the same behavior persisted throughout his suspension and afterward, leading the board to call for his removal, according to the board's own directives. In the official resolution, the board stated that the Director General is hereby recommended for removal effective immediately for violating Section 4.4 sub C.I. found to be grossly inefficient, and 6, engages in acts that are undesirable to public interest that undermine the principles of good governance of the Department Act 2016. The board resolution also called for Dr. Sia Wata Komeno, the co-chair of the board, to serve as interim director general to stabilize the institution and lead operations in collaboration with the Ministry of Health, other government agencies, and international partners until a new director general is recruited and appointed by the president. The president granted the board's request and appointed Dr. Kamara as acting director general, a position she still occupies. Through his legal team, led by Councillor Kehleboe Gongloe and Councillor Kabina Janet of Gongloe and associate law firm Dr. Myean contends that his removal violated the act that created the health department. As of 2016, we provide for a fixed 5-year tenure for the Director General's position. His lawyers argued that no lawful investigation was conducted. No findings of wrongdoing were presented to justify his dismissal. The petition further asserts that the president's action contravened procedural safeguards and constitute grounds for probation, citing precedent including Yelu versus the executive branch. No investigation, no due process, his lawyers claim. In a decisive ruling delivered Monday by the Associate Justice in Chamber, Her Honor James Eto Howard Wolokali, the court held that Dr. Myean's dismissal lacked legal and procedural basis. Citing Section 4.4c of the MPHIL Act of 2016, which outlines specific grounds for removal, including corruption, gross inefficiency, and act undermining good governance. The court emphasized that any allegation must be established through a formal investigation consistent with the due process of law. The word investigation does not appear anywhere among the vocabulary used in the resolution. The ruling emphasized. Government lawyers have argued that administrative due process have been afforded, but they failed to produce evidence of subsequent investigation justifying the dismissal. The court also rejected reliance on February 2025 inquiry report that had previously led Dr. Nyan's 1-month suspension without pay, noting that using the same finding to justify termination amounted to punishing the subject twice for the same conduct. Although the board resolution claimed that Dr. Nyan was suspended for 1 month, there is no record substantiating that assertion. In fact, he maintained continuous unemployment until his wrongful termination by the president last year. The court also said Dr. Nyan's right to be heard was ignored. Central to a court decision was the constitutional right to due process. Under Article 28 of the 1986 Constitution of Liberia, Dr. Nyan was reportedly given only 48 hours to respond to the board's allegations and was dismissed the same day he submitted a detailed rebuttal. Justice Wolokoti cited Cole's March 2024 opinion in Yelu versus Etal versus Executive Branch of Government, reaffirming that tenured officials cannot be removed without investigation and proper hearing, which is due process under our Constitution. The court read it. Is a law which hears before condemns. The Constitution piece that says you have to hear the subject before you condemn him to death. The court also highlighted contractual nature of tenure public appointments under Article 25 of the Constitution. By removing Dr. Nyan before the expirations of his 5-year term without proving cause, the government remains liable for compensation or reinstatement. Where an official is removed for reasons other than proving cause, the state remains liable for the benefits and emulation that will have accrued the ruling declared. The Supreme Court therefore affirmed the alternative rate of prohibition granted. The peremptory rate ordered by Dr. Nyan's reinstatement as Director General of NPHIL alternatively directed the government to pay him full compensation as though he had served out his entire term. The clerk of court has been instructed to notify the parties accordingly. The ruling reinforces constitutional safeguards for tenured officials, strengthens institutional integrity in Liberia public health sector, and sets a clear precedent limiting executive outreach or overreach. And it is hereby ordered, period. Who is Dr. Chris Nyan? Dr. Nyan is a well-known Liberian medical doctor, biomedical research scientist, social activist, and inventor. He holds a medical degree from the Charité University, Berlin, affiliated with the Hamburg University in Berlin in Germany. He has worked at the U.S. National Institute of Health and the University of Pennsylvania School of Medicine, specializing in infectious diseases and public health diagnosis. During the 2014 Ebola epidemic, Dr. Nyan testified before the United States Congress, offering a public health roadmap and advocating for the establishment of Africa Centers for Disease Control and strengthening of national public health systems across the continent of Africa. He is best known for inventing the U.S. patented diagnostic device known as the Nyan test, a rapid multiplex diagnostic tool capable of detecting and identifying multiple pathogens such as malaria, HIV, COVID-19, Ebola, and hepatitis in under an hour. His innovation earned him the 2017 African Innovation Special Prize for Social Impact. The legal implications of what has happened in the Supreme Court of Liberia. Legal analysts say the Supreme Court ruling is a major setback for the Barker administration, sharply limiting his power to removing tenured officials without proper investigation and due process of law. Dr. Dube Christopher Myean is legally entitled to immediate reinstatement as MPHIL Director General or full compensation for the remainder of his term, vindicating his claim of wrongful dismissal. Beyond restoring the doctor's position, the decision reinforces constitutional safeguards, underscores the judicial role in checking executive overreach, and sends a clear message that procedural lapses in public office carry serious legal political consequences. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a topic that deserves scrutiny. On two fronts. How then does the Supreme Court reconcile that we need institutional strength, that the rule of law and due process are the cornerstones of our Constitution and our well-being? When it comes to the well-learned Dr. Myean, but when it comes to the nobodies of the world, you or myself, the same Supreme Court that is saying due process of law is the fulcrum upon which our country is built. One can argue never gave Prophet Key a chance to due process of law. So then the question is, do we have a legal duality? Is there a dichotomy in the Liberian law that the higher up you are in society, the Constitution protects you and your rights? And if you are from the bottom of the totem pole, where no one knows you, where you have no power, where you live at the mercy of other folks, this Constitution does not apply to you. The Supreme Court cited there is no evidence of due process where Dr. Myean was given the opportunity to go through the legal chain and be heard. Prophet Key, on the other hand, was never given due process of law. He had no chance to be heard. He was dragged before the Supreme Court and told what to do. The Supreme Court appointed one of their own lawyers to represent him. And what in these United States they were called dereliction of a duty. The lawyer appointed by the Supreme Court did absolutely nothing but told this man, go before the court and just plead guilty and put yourself at the mercy of the court, without handing one shred of evidence on his behalf in defense. It's the same Supreme Court that says Dr. Christopher Myean was not given the due process of law. He was not heard. There were no evidence. The Supreme Court also figured out that everything done in the case with Dr. Myean was bogus, fabricated lies. But yet held nobody in contempt. A leak of paper that were forged is a crime in the Republic. While they dismissed the claim as fabricated and a fraud, they said absolutely nothing. So here we are now talking about class. I had a professor in Florida during grad school. He slept. He walked. Everywhere he went, he had a copy of the Constitution in his pocket in a small book. He was also a lawyer for the ACLU. He said, I carry with me a copy of the Constitution of these United States everywhere I go, even when I'm sleeping. Because it is the fulcrum upon which this country was built and upon which my life depends. So then if this Constitution is so paramount to our existence, and it is the fulcrum upon which Liberia should be built, then why is it the lives of Prophet He, the nobodies of the world, the Gaymans of the world, will have no power? Never went to CWA, never went to Monrovia College, never went to Torgbean High, will have no friends. I guess based on the former president, Ellen Johnson Sirleaf, she says, you can leave your own with God. You can leave your own with God. Since the poor, the weak, and the destitute, we are now drifting into religiosity. When we talk about religiosity, it means the level at which we pray and our belief system. And the poorer you are, the more you pray. Because we are inherently taught to believe that even in death, what would deny us on earth, we will get it in heaven. So the former president said, leave yours with God. And everywhere you go in Liberia where the poor have been marginalized and taken advantage of, the last and the least they can say is, I will leave it with God. The Unity Party saying we write on their Facebook pages and in their communication, talk tire. Meaning you can talk all you want. The law doesn't apply to them. Talk tired. Everywhere you go when it comes to the Unity Party scene, it's written everywhere you go. They say you can talk tired. If your name is Johnny or Sylvester, you stand no chance. This is what we call duality, or those of us who are sociologists, when we talk about the class system. There are people in the Republic of Liberia that are considered the untouchables. They can molest children. They can sodomize boys. And they walk. Even though the Constitution says sexual crimes are non-bailable. So this Constitution, this Supreme Court, that yesterday solicited, adjudicated, sentenced somebody without due process, is saying today one of their own, Dr. Myean, was not given due process. The state is held responsible. The executive is held responsible because you did not give one of their own, their kind. And the social elites and the political elites in the Republic of Liberia were circling the wagon. They were circling the wagon. They were praising the Supreme Court. They said, yes, some say legally it is wrong, but we have to do this. Constitutionally, they violated Prophet Key's right, but yes, we had to nail him. And then those who are the moralists from the churches and the mosques, they are saying culturally, this is unacceptable. We had to nail him, even though we sacrificed our own constitution. The fulcrum upon which this country was built, we will sweep it aside. We have to hang him by the balls. To set an example that those of you at the bottom, you do not have the right to question the Constitution, to question the Supreme Court, to question the president. The next time anybody else do it, we will tell you, look what we did to Prophet Key. In the midst of that, they decided to come down on the other side on Joseph Boakai, President Joseph Boakai. This is the duality, this is the dichotomy. This is the class system in which you were born. If you are poor in the Republic of Liberia, you are born in a system that we consider caste. You might well live in India. That if you were born in poverty, you will die in poverty. Decisions come to you will be poor. Your health care will be poor. Your education will be poor. You are condemned to your caste of being at the bottom of the totem pole. Politicians are also cycling the wagon. Where is the CMC? Where is the ANC? Where is the LPP and all the PPs of the world? So, ladies and gentlemen, let me welcome Honorable Pewee. Sylvester Pewee, welcome, sir. Welcome to the show.
Thank you, Mr. Gayman. I see you on fire today.
Yes, because I'm from the bottom of the totem pole.
Animated,
Because I'm from the bottom of the totem pole, and I think we are on an attack. I think we have always been everywhere you go in society.
Yeah,
the poor.
Yeah,
we got the law doesn't apply to us.
Absolutely, and I think I've been following and I've followed the Myean situation very closely, and in terms of
did you know that in North Korea there were
the issue about tenure position and other thing, and the Supreme Court ruling, all those. I think it's quite interesting. Despite we've been having some issues with the court in terms of their recent decisions, and most of the decisions they've taken during recent days or so, recent years, if you will. I think a lot of other things being unfolding. Also, there's this key situation that been happening in the country. The last time we were here, and that's also I'm looking at that keenly today. The issue about people having different set of defense forces now being trained in the country. And if this is true, it is, I think, part of what I know we're going to go through today is deeply troubling. About us on, particularly some of us that started telling the different, basically in the area of security and all of things, is deeply troubling for our country. We can never have a state within a state. I think if the Fulanese are actually doing that, they didn't give the tribe those kind of a nonsense in Guinea, and the Guinean authority came down very high on them. They only tried that in Guinea. Why come in and want to try? I don't want to be definitive for now, but I think the government will have to look into those kind of a discussion also. And but while with the security apparatus in the country sit there, you have the NSA, you have the Liberia National Police, you have the AFL, all those institutions got intelligence, and you have the immigration. I don't know if it is true until we're seeing social media posts reminding the security. That means we don't have a security network in the country, because the security guys are there with the name and they're not doing their work. Because every security institution should have the intelligent component, the intelligent aspect that should be very vibrant in getting us information. But on a serious note, to begin that, I think we will have to go through that. But it's a good thing to be on the show tonight, and there are two major developments we want to be looking at. We're going to be paying some attention on. But thank you.
Great. Let me welcome Johnny. Johnny, welcome to the show.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Gilman. Thank you, Pewee. Let me extend my greetings to all our listeners and viewers. We are here to discuss the issues that matter to the state and the people of Liberia. Thank you.
Great. There are several issues we're going to be talking about. That was the monologue. We are going to be talking about Liberia order shutdown of the National Fulani Security Group, citing illegal paramilitary risk. We'll talk about that. We'll talk about patronage in politics, and it's on trial in Liberia. That's the front page of Front Page Africa. It says, we are dragged Waka into Mercedes-Benz saga, accuses LERC board of acquiring stolen property. The Liberian investigator says President Waka calls for the United African Front on the UN reforms, Secretary General selection. We're going to talk about PPM condemn Prophet Key's language but question Supreme Court's contempt ruling. Then we're going to talk about the ZIP boss, Aminata Bengura, in bitter dispute with foreign investor amid missing assets allegations. But I will be remiss, Honorable Pewee, I know this is within your purview. We will want to pay respect to the Honorable Jesse Jackson. The late Jesse Jackson passed this morning in the United States. Jesse Jackson was a towering figure dating back to the Martin Luther King era. He was a protege of Dr. Martin Luther King. He passed this morning at the age of 84. So we're going to be paying tribute to the Honorable Jesse Jackson, and I'm glad that Honorable Pewee himself is here. I will give him a few minutes to pull up the trending story on the late Jesse Jackson. Who was Jesse Jackson? His life, the mystique of this man. What made him great, and what was the downfall of Jesse Jackson? All because in depth, traditionally, we don't talk about the other side. Should we just stick with the positive of Jesse Jackson or the man as a whole? If you were in the United States or in Liberia in the 80s, you would hear Jesse, Jesse, Jesse. When I became a fellow for the re-election of Barack Obama, and prior to that, Clinton, Jesse Jackson and I, we worked very closely in the Clinton administration. I have several pictures. When he comes to Florida, I would be near him and we would do a lot of stuff because I had some connections. One particular event that I remember was in Fort Pierce, my own hometown. And we were talking, and after we left that event, as soon as I got home, there was a breaking news. CNN, MSNBC, CBS, ABC are breaking news on the other side of Jesse Jackson. And it was devastating. The Jesse Jackson that we have known to be pious, to be a stand-up man, to be the best he can be in the African community, were found to have been living a double life. And then we're going to look at the tribute paid today by Donald J. Trump to Jesse Jackson. Honorable Pewee, welcome. Let's talk about Jesse Jackson. Your interaction, your belief, your reading, your knowledge of Jesse Jackson.
Yeah, now that he's, I was told normally, and as an African child, and traditionalist, if you will, I was told to always say the good side of man when they are no more, not to dig in the past of those tumultuous days of their town life. But I think I don't want us to go to the tribute paid by the U.S. president. I think that was all about himself.
Oh, but listen, we're talking about holistically.
Again, it's good because he was sending message to those that believe that he's racist. But then if I'm racist, I've been supporting a black male, all these things. But as you rightly stated, he was a towering figure. Absolutely, he was one of those persons that shaped the civil rights movement in this country. He was as a known protege of the late Dr. Martin Luther King. He was, as a matter of fact, he was like maybe 3 or 4 feet away from Dr. King when he was assassinated on that fateful day. So he was a very, very, very close soldier surrogate of the fallen civil rights advocate. And then he played a lot of role. He brought about this issue in the hope about a black man becoming president of this country. He himself attempted 2 times, and he did in 1984 and 1988. The both of them fruitless, but he did play a very, 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 very powerful role in terms of the Democratic Party, the democracy in the Democratic Party and all those things. And he also, part of what he said we should always believe in. He said, hey, he was born in the slum, but the slum does not live in him and all those things. That was a very remarkable and powerful statement he made during the times of his days into politics in this place. But the great part of things is that Mr. Gayman, he advocated for genuine peace and genuine togetherness. As he said, we always have to do things to be together. Whenever we fight together, we do things. He said we live together, but we have to be together to win together and other things. So we live individually, but to win, we have to win and fight together to win. So these are remarkable statements. But he fought very, very well in terms of pushing towards allowing the black folks. You remember that famous November 5th, 2008, when he saw him openly when they announced Barack Obama president-elect of the U.S. I want to believe you were on the ground. You're very close to where things were unfolding. I was way thousands of miles away in Liberia. But then that night, I can recall, I didn't even have a TV to witness, but I had my radio. And I can remember midnight, around 2 a.m., I was following BBC Live. And I was going to the bathroom, tearing up myself, hearing that news because I was passionate about politics and everything about American politics, if you will. So, but yeah, listen, he was one of those figures. That's part of it. Every man we have, there are times in every man's professional life, Mr. Gayman, there will be some time you're going to slip. Professional men will call it professional slippages, if you will. But that was the side of the dark. But we tend to remember some of the very powerful things he did. The entire way he was a uniting force to ensure that there were a lot of changes. I can recall he visited Liberia during when he was then the special envoy for Africa. He paid a very personal visitation to former Liberian President Charles Taylor. I'm a deep admirer of Taylor. I did follow Mr. Taylor very religiously. So Mr. Jackson did visit Liberia and visit with President Taylor. He met with President Charles Taylor and all of things. And he was one of those presidents that are also pushing for peace and all of things and asking America to give Charles Taylor. He also asked Clinton to give Mr. Taylor another time, to chance to push. It was time of war. He thought Mr. Taylor was a genuine president that could change things. But again, unfortunately, things didn't work the way we all expected it to unfold. But yes, he was a great man. And he will be tremendously remembered. His legacy is a very powerful thing he's built. So he's going to leave behind. He lived for 84 years, a long time. The old folks we expected that he would have gone ever since he got the Pakistan disease. He started to play with his health and other things. But at least he lived up to today. This morning he died peacefully at home with his family and other things. So he's going to be deeply remembered as a very powerful civil rights advocate, and though a very towering political figure, international, perfect international advocate.
Johnny, even though you have not lived in the United States, but you are a student of history, you may have followed Jesse Jackson and the Rainbow Coalition, his rise to power. And in my book, there is a book in my head that is called The Rise and Fall of Jesse Jackson. But let's stick with the rise of Jesse Jackson. Your knowledge of the man.
Well, thank you. I've read a lot about Mr. Jackson. Like Pewee said, most times a lot of us study history, even in high school and at the university level. When you're talking about Black history, talking about civil rights or freedom fighters, Jackson's name will be talked about, in many of these kind of conversations. Let me come to Liberia. I was fortunate to have and work around him when he came to visit Liberia. At the time, he was playing a role to resolve the conflict in the sub-region, on behalf of the U.S. government. He played a significant role in helping to have RUF and other military groups or juntas in Sierra Leone to release the UN peacekeeping troops that were held hostage by those armed groups. And he had to visit Liberia to meet with the former president of Liberia, President Charles Okange Taylor. And he visited Nigeria and other West African countries to work towards stabilizing the sub-region in terms of reducing the conflict and bringing about a peaceful governance in the sub-region. And following the news this morning about his death, and I have my old auntie with me home, my father's bigger sister, and she's around, I think 86 now. And so I was telling her, I said, "Oh, the man who died, he's 84." She said, "Oh man, my small brother there." And she's so strong. She's so strong, she move around. She want to do everything for herself. So I can imagine Jesse Jackson growing up in that kind of community in the U.S., have such great name, and hearing some of the stories of my auntie, and growing, being birthed in Lofa, all the way there in the town called Myean. She was telling me how she was brought to Liberia as a child, maybe like 6 months or 9 months old, because her father used to work with the group in Morovia, one of the Genesis and sister Genesis way back when they were doing road construction, like brushing road. That was way back in the maybe late 1930s or early 1940s when she was born there. So I'm just trying to just discuss with her. So, oh, they made Justice Jackson. She said, yeah, I heard about him way back when I was growing up, but that's it. But anyway, we want to just remember him for the role he played, for the level of peace we gained after his intervention into having the ECOMOG or UN peacekeeping troop personnel that were held hostage by the armed groups in Freetown. So we mean the war we're missing. I know the US were missing, and like people were saying, President Trump tribute and recognizing his relationship with to say black race or other races. It's always good to talk positive about the person once they have passed, and that's it. I mean, he played his role. He made history. I'm sure there are many people that will step in his place and even do more than what he did. Right now, the world is in serious turmoil. You see what's happening in the Middle East. You see what's happening in Europe, Eastern Europe, and all the things happening around the world that do not show that the war is peaceful. What's happening in East Africa. You talk about the Congo Basin, between the DR Congo, Rwanda, Burundi, other places. We hear what's happening in Ethiopia, what's happening in Sudan, South Sudan, the newest African nation, So we need to learn from here and see whether we can have Africans that can do more in fighting for peace to make the continent stable. But again, we say we extend our sympathy to the family of the Jacksons, the U.S., and to the United States government and people of the world who work with him, who believe in his ideology and his fight for human dignity and peace around the world.
Great. Honorable Pewee, we will not be honest to ourselves if we only spoke the good and not the controversial part. Let me talk about those who said he double spoke. This is a man who some people say betrayed the black race, the black people for whom he was speaking. This is the man that was speaking for job creation, for black wealth, for black mobility, and then turn out to accept one of the largest contracts from Toyota organization, where he was in their employ as a consultant while talking against them. This is a man who was preaching in the pulpit as pious as he could be, but yet living a double life. And the Bushes decided that, listen, this is too much. Since Jesse Jackson wants to portray everybody else as evil and he as pious, let's delve into Jesse Jackson. And as Jesse Jackson was leaving Fort Pierce, Florida, the news broke that Jesse Jackson had been living a double life. He had a luxurious life with a mistress that was living in the penthouse in California with a daughter that he supposed at the highest level. And all of these came out and he had to withdraw and recuse himself from public life. So while no one is perfect, why do we or men live double lives when it comes to who we are, especially when we are talking about other folks, putting them down, holding them responsible for being evil, and we are doing work for our own folks? Delve into that a little bit. Let's see if maybe this is what makes him a human being.
This is what makes everybody a human being.
So let's delve into that before we move on.
As my reverend was telling me, only God is God.
Only God is just.
Only God is just, and only God is God.
That's good enough, and we will leave it there because listen, we are all human beings, and if you dig deeper, we all have something within our closet. All closets.
Oh yeah.
So yes, when we weigh the good and the bad, we will say Jesse Jackson played his part. The president said he was gregarious. He was a force of nature, a man who demanded. When he took the stage, when he took the podium, his presence was felt. That is the kind of man we are talking about. And another man that we have to give it to him is Charles Taylor. You do not want to give Charles Taylor a podium or a microphone because he knows and has command of the language. He knew the power of speech. He never had a monotone. The guy could speak. You know, when we're talking about leadership, we're talking about motivation. Can you motivate folks to move, to do things sometimes that they will ordinarily not do? And that is Charles Taylor, same thing like Jesse Jackson, when he says, George Bush, get out of the bushes, referring to him as a clansman. And Charles Taylor would say the same thing. When his back was against the wall, said, if you love Liberia, come and do for us. Don't just condemn us. Come and do for Liberia. Make us better than we are. He said, but God's willing, I will be back. Pewee, you can take us on so we'll move to the next subject.
Yeah. Before we move, Uncle, our man, Uncle Trump, the president of the U.S., is saying some great things to you. He said, I should tell you, Mr. Gayman, that this year tax you'll be getting almost 20% back. So he said, when you get, he said, tax reform this year because of the great, big, beautiful bill.
That's correct.
Substantially greater than ever before. In some cases, estimates are that over 20% will be returned to taxpayer. So when you get your tax reform, think about what a wonderful president you have. No tax on tip, no tax on Social Security for our great seniors, no tax on overtime, interest and deductions on no tax on overtime, no tax on interest deductions on car loans, and much more. The last the part of the he posed that I like here is to say don't spend all of this money on one in one place. Spread
it well.
Spend it well. But imagine when you get a tax team, so it's a big kid got the big beautiful bill coming up. But on a serious note, as you stated, we will miss Jesse Jackson. That was the era he played, and I think he played his role and all things. He was a great protege of Dr. King. Again, he may have slipped eventually, and that will be part of the legacy, if you will. But we will take part of what I'm seeing on most of the cable news and social media since the news broke this morning, as I think they're going more deeper into his great legacy that he left behind, all of things. But so I think we want to remember him. I don't know which topic are we hitting now?
Well, today we're going to transition into the Justice Ministry, the Republic of Liberia, orders the shutdown of the National Food and Security Group. The government cites illegal paramilitary risk. And before we go into this, there was a post today from the Office of the State for Presidential Affairs, specifically the Press Secretary of the Republic of Liberia, Mrs. Fofana, Kula Fofana. She said she wrote.
Miss Fofana.
Yes, Miss Kula Fofana. She said she had a disclaimer that she was speaking as an individual and not for the state. But
what does she say?
She says that basically everybody is in the know about this Fula military group. And she claimed that this group had worked with the Liberian police, the Liberian authority on several other issues. She says that this group is necessary, especially during Ramadan. They protect mosques, they escort women, they escort the vulnerable, and therefore they should not be disbanded, but instead should be incorporated and trained by the Liberian police, Liberian security agency to be exactly who they are. And not touch a firestorm in the nation. Wow. It said a group represent community safety organization or an unauthorized parallel security structure. In a formal directive issued by the Ministry of Justice, authorities declared that the organization lacks legal authority to exist, warning that any continued recruitment, mobilization, or operational activities will result in criminal prosecution. The order came after days of mounting public concern fueled by widely circulated social media clips showing individuals lined up and moving in coordinated formation, which appeared to be training exercise. Some participants were seen wearing clothing resembling security-style uniform, though officials have not confirmed whether the attire is official or imitation. The government has granted no authorization, permit, registration, license, or operational approval for the creation, operational recruitment, or deployment of any entity under the name of National Fula Security of Liberia, or any similar formation, the Justice Minister said. Authorities emphasized that under Liberian law, any security body, including auxiliary forces or organized enforcement group, must undergo formal vetting, a security review, an institutional assessment, and regulatory approval through the Ministry's Division of Public Safety. Officials confirmed that none of these procedures were initiated by this group. The ministry therefore ordered the immediate cessation of all activities and instructed security agencies to begin immediate investigation. From social media clips to national security issues, public attention first spiked when short video clips circulated online showing men as assembled information in an open field-like setting. The images quickly sparked speculation and political commentary, with some observers alleging the activity resembled paramilitary drill. The group's leadership, organizers, operational locations, and legal status remain unclear. While community watch program exists across Liberia, critics argue that the branding of security organization around a single ethnic group identity crosses a sensitive line in a country where historically we have an interest and history of conflict. And it went on to address issues and the ethnic branding, the risks. The former security chair caused a serious concern. Former Senate Committee on National Defense and Security Chairman Stephen J.Z. Zago described the development as national security concern requiring urgent review. He went on to say, no security entity should be established solely on tribal lines, just as no political party should be established solely on tribal lines. Zago also questioned a uniform seen in the footage, saying some appear similar to those worn by state security units, a matter he described as problematic from a professional security standpoint. Private security must supplement national security, not challenge it, he said. We must determine whether they are helping or harming. He further warned that the issue intersects with Liberia's unresolved debate over ethnic identity, recognition, meaning, symbolism, along with trigger border sensitivities when it comes to Liberia's national borders. So here we are. It has been elevated. Let me Victor Nagbe. You are muted, Mr. Nagbe.
Hey, thank you, Mr. Gayman. It's good to be with you guys, Sylvester and Johnny. It's good to be here with you. Yeah, I don't know what the press secretary was thinking. I think that in itself, her statement is an indictment of the government, which is a part. I think she's implying that this government is incapable of protecting all of its citizenry. Therefore, we should all go ahead and form our own individual vigilantes. I think the security of the state rests with the government of the Republic of Liberia. I think these paramilitary groups are not allowed under the law. And I believe they should have, if they wanted to do that, they had to go and seek permission. I agree with the government on that. You know, I remember the former president, we are telling everybody to go get their own cutlass. When we had all of these, there you go. You know, so I didn't follow this story much. I got a couple of calls from.
Yeah,
I got a couple of calls from.
No, he go ahead.
Yeah, I got a couple. No, I'm going to pass it on, but I'm just saying I wish she had. You know, I don't know how much thought she gave these remarks before she made them, but these paramilitary groupings. They quickly degenerate into very, very difficult to manage groupings. Individuals taking private security matters into their own hands. I think that doesn't speak well for the security apparatus. I mean, I am sure the director of police or the joint chief. Security chief would not agree with these remarks. I don't know how she could have said that, but I disagree with her. Is my point I'm making. I think if the Fula people feel, I understand. I've got some calls, people telling me that they feel that their complaints are falling on deaf ears. That I understand, and I think they have the right to raise that. But to just get up and go and form a vigilante group or a paramilitary group, for the ostensive purpose of protecting themselves, I think it's they went too far. That's what I gotta say about that.
Johnny, this is scary. I know Myean is not maybe he doesn't have this thing queued, but I will say this again. I will show this again for you to see these people, okay? And I'm saying this, yesterday I called out as a gentleman who was officially given an honorary status as a Fula man. I am Jerome Gayman. So I'm a B-A-H, Jerome They call me Ahaji, Jerome So I am appealing to all.
Who gave you the honorary?
The Fula people of Benson Street. So I'm calling all of my friends and families in the Fula community to call out and say this is wrong. We need to do it another way. We do not need a black eye in the community. They need to come out and say something. And Kula Fofana didn't do justice by the Fula people by her post. Somebody said Kula is not Fula. Kula had just gotten admitted to the Liberian bar. And she's lobbying for one of the biggest contracts in representing the Fulas. And they said this might be her motivation because there's no way a lawyer will do something of this nature. Johnny, then we'll go to Pewee.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, this issue, I have an echo in the background.
That's from your end.
Okay, is it okay now?
We're not hearing any echo.
Go ahead.
Okay, so, this is concerning. Right now, we are looking at this from the surface, but we should go deeper. How did this idea come about? Why would a group of people belonging to a specific ethnic group, specific religion, specific cultural background decide to get involved with establishing their own security team? That's a concern. I will advise the security agencies in Liberia to think further, to analyze the situation, and try to understand what is causing this, and then they can be able to appropriately advise the government how to move about. If there are any reasons why this is happening, that may be as a result of state activities or governance activities, we should be able to identify that. So we need to establish the problem that's leading to these people's action. But our sister Kula's statement, as you just read, is completely out of order. The fact that the Fullers are people who I believe should be law-abiding people, should not even intend to build their own security firm for the purpose for which you just spoke about, to protect the mosques, protect women going for Ramadan. So is she telling us that the state security has lacked the ability, the capacity, the resources to provide security for Liberian people? In her capacity as press secretary to the president for the executive mansion, she has to be mindful of what she says or writes, because no matter what you say and write, as that individual with that responsibility, it has some level of connection to your position and the role you play, and within the context of government, it says a lot. And so I think our Fuller brothers and sisters should disregard that idea. But I also think that we need to conduct detailed research to know why this, why. Because I guess there may be some other groups organized but have not come to the fold to our attention that may have led or that may have energized the Fullers to get involved with organizing this. So I think we need to do more as a state to deeper, to do thorough research, thorough intelligence gathering, thorough information gathering to ensure that we know the actual reason for having such group organized. We know that around the sub-region, there are growing signs of instability. What's happening in Burkina Faso, in in Mali, in Niger, even in Nigeria, where we have these radical groups existing. We got to be mindful how we have this, because Liberia is, in my view, as a sociologist or a student of sociology, I think Liberia is a fragile security country in terms of the strength of our security to respond to emergency or any issue of armed violence. So we need to be more proactive in our intelligence gathering to be able to take immediate action to stop things from the get-go before we can allow it to turn out to be violent nature in this country. So I think that whole idea of Fuller forming their own security firm is not a good idea. And all of you, like Mr. Bayou, Jerome Ba, I know you and I have visited several.
Ahaji, come on now.
Alhaji Jerome Ba Gayman. I know you and I have visited several Fuller family members along the Benson Street area. So I can say for a fact that you are an influential person in our community. I hope you can use your connections to tell them to see how they can redirect their resources or their energy in seeking for security, if that's the reason, according to what Kula said in her release.
Thank you. Honorable Pewee, national security, international affairs, that's, the way the Basel man say, everybody got an area. Everybody got an area. Your own area that international diplomacy, state security, national security issue, all of these things are within the purview of the foreign ministry. This one is serious, and we cannot have a fiefdom where we got small states within a state, where the Bassa people got their own police force, they do it the Bassa way. The Fuda people have their, soon the Mandingo people are going to have their, then the Fantine have their. They still will lose its relevance. And for the office of the president, the spokesperson for the Republic of Liberia to say this is spreading Islamophobia, it is spreading fear. Instead, they should be trained and integrated and accepted as a force of good. Your take on this issue, Honorable?
Yes, on a serious note, this is a very serious situation and we shouldn't take it lightly. And I believe, quite frankly, not that the press secretary was very so myopic in terms of her own perspective on this issue, but she was too very subjective, and this is totally unacceptable. But I get the side she's coming from. She's coming from a religious side. She believes, she goes also to the mosque, she does that, she affiliates with them and all those things. So she's speaking from that, they should establish their own security forces, if you will. But I want to believe she's so, and that's why I first felt like me come back to change that word and say, probably for other people to understand, probably she's a little bit staying very short-sighted. She cannot recall part of the reason why we're here today. Now, before, when we came back, when this very devastating civil crisis engulfed the country, we have proliferation of different warring factions, vigilante groups, and all those things. And part of the CPA, the Comprehensive Accra Peace Agreement, reminded us that we need to disband all of those because it was part of the destabilization, the reason why the country was deeply destabilized and referred to as a pariah state, right? So due to the fragility of the country's national security, it was then brought about in terms of the discussion of the Comprehensive Peace Agreement that would disband all of those warring factions, all of those vigilante groups and those malicious groups from all walks of different and related to different factions, if you will. And that came about. Before the elections, the disbandment process started, and it was also intersplashed with this issue about reintegrating them, demobilizing them first, and disarming them, demobilizing them, and reintegrating them in different spheres of life, right? So the United Nations came in. At the time Jack Klein was in Liberia. It was a very robust, comprehensive program directed in the security sector reform. That was the first phase of that. So for this press secretary of the government of Liberia to come out, the chief spokesperson of the president of the Republic of Liberia to say that it's not a bad thing, they're there to protect women, that means she's saying to us in all clear terms that the Bouaka administration way for they failed in protecting women during Ramadan or protecting the Liberian people. That statement is there to negatively, it casts negative expressions on the administration own ability to protect the people of this country. But we need to go back to the days of the war. So probably this press secretary, and she's known of making these kind of statements that later on she will come to say, that's my personal view, that's my personal view. You cannot serve in certain capacity. You always come in with a statement, and then the statement, when the backlash is coming, then you want to have the accountability of that's my personal expression. I think these are very irresponsible statement, and this kind of a statement warrants one to be reprimanded for this kind of loose and very counterproductive statements, because it does not warrant any good thing to the country or the government. Well, first and foremost, we've been talking about this in terms of the coverage now of our security network, that just by the grace of God within moving, and that have manifested in different spheres, right? And it continues to manifest in different ways, if you will. Now, you got the full-out protection and defense forces being conducting different. Serious, Jerome, is the full-out defense force. Tomorrow we're going to have the Crown Defense Force, the Guild Defense Force, and these are issues that we don't want to hear of, right? We had that before, linked to different warring factions. And the result was very dangerous, very, very, very catastrophic result we saw at the end of the day. And then the Press Secretary is encouraging, probably. And I'm being told that the Bouaga administration being given some support to the Full Defense Force. That's what I'm told, that the Press Secretary is the conduit by which those support is channeling to those particular groups. That's why she openly supported them. And I've been told she's been giving some support to them, giving some issue, and that's one of the reasons why the government have reneged or even on stopping that. They knew about this, because to have a government on ground that wouldn't detect, and listen, we have the NSA. The NSA is the National Security Agency. I'm beginning to wonder here is why do we have a spy institution we put a lot of money into, and then we're having no line of intelligence about what is happening. The training is going on in the country. You have bystanders or other good citizens that are going videotaping these people and passing the information on social media. The government's getting to hear about this. Listen to the Liberia National Police spokesperson today. We saw this on social media. No, that is very embarrassing and disturbing for a country that will get information on the social media. So what's the networking coverage we have in terms of viable security protection or measure that we have to put in place? There are structural security policies that we have to govern the national security of the country. And those structural security structure we have to come from different spheres of security policy. Now, what is our first and foremost network of intelligence gathering? How are we putting into place issue about doing this kind of a lie? Are we not told folks before that we cannot have collaborations or aiming an attempt to establish a vigilante or group of, because all of those things, if it is done, there are procedures that even a community vigilante will have to be registered with the Ministry of Justice, and we have clearance issue via the Ministry of Justice before you can even do those things. The fear is that they proliferate into different gang groups that may have the proclivity of undermining the national security of the country. So this is a very serious concern, and I listened to what Garguah was saying, and it is about we have to put in the deflective mechanism in the protection range of our country. What range of protection are we deploying? What range of intelligence sharing are we deploying? What range of intelligence gathering are we deploying in the country to say that, hey, this is the network we do? Now, the Liberia National Police got the statutory right to protect the country in terms of the citizenry, in terms of the daily movement, protecting human life, protecting properties, and other things. We have the AFL that therefore extended aggression. Now, the AFL can do some intervention sometimes in terms of internal security control system when required, if the president called him to do that. But the AFL statutory role is for external aggression and doing some civil intervention. But the NSA is also there for intelligent gathering. And that's the kind of area of some of our very deeply concerned. If we go and read these things and not, Mr. Gayman, it's a bit troubling, gentlemen, that we have a government that's not hiring the requisite folks to get the job done. And some of the reason why when I came back here, I said, okay, when we started working, it's important because cybersecurity, national security, security policy, and all those things are very important moving forward. We should not always say, oh, country poor, we're small. We need to protect ourselves. To see people training in a militant style, in a Malaysia brigade style, and then nobody picked this up. It came from social media. It is deeply concerning, and it's something that we ought to do. And then you have a press secretary that knows about this situation, that's encouraging it, and that's saying the Bouaga administration should even encourage more of that. Now, in an attempt to do this, listen, the Fulani population in Guinea, they are in the millions in Guinea. Have you ever heard that the Fulani ever attempted to do that in Guinea? No. Sadio Diallo is the major opposition leader there. Listen, the Guinean government wouldn't take likely those kind of a nonsense coming up there. They want to try it. They have tried it. Now, but part of the reason why they're trying to infiltrate the system in Liberia, they believe that they are controlling the economy now. The Fulanese are almost the one controlling the economy. Now, no longer the Lebanese or the Indian, both okay, they are all in that mix, if you will. They believe they got some sufficient money. They will use this money to take control of the system in the country. That's one thing they are brave doing this. And they're being incentivized by certain government officials that are clandestinely supporting the nonsense that are unfolding. Then she trying to justify. This is complete nonsense. It is not intended to promote anything about peace. We all should condemn it. The government should deploy the requisite resources to protect our people. And that's why we have all of the structural security forces in the country. The combination of them. We have the immigration in terms of those paramilitary. Quickly, the paramilitary institution will be number one, will be the Liberian National Police. Number two will be the immigration. And number three will be the Drugs Enforcement Agency. Another paramilitary of security, also the fire service. And then we have our chief spy institution, the NSA. Then the aggression group with the external forces, the biggest of all, is the Armed Forces of the Republic of Liberia that we just celebrated the 69th anniversary. I mean, with all of those institutions and putting resources to them and putting millions to NSA, what's our intelligence gathering issue? It's very poor, and shame on this government for that. And I think they need to wake up and protect the citizenry of our country.
Honorable Nagbe, I have two texts here. One says, police officers have been deployed to the Gurley Street Mosque and the Benson Street Mosque as Muslims conduct night prayers. This is done for safety purposes. And another one saying exactly what Honorable Pewee is saying. The executive mansion has recognized the power or the emerging power, the emerging economic power of the Fullers. So indirectly, the president has sent a message to the Fuller folks that we are on your side. Irrespective of what people think, I don't think some people believe that Ms. Kula Fofana could not have written such a letter raising to that community without the consent of the office of the president. Also, economically, if this is the emerging power and you becoming a new lawyer, what a way to lobby for that position as the fighter and defender of this group when nobody else was. Your take on this?
Yeah, I don't think they're seeking legal advice. I don't think what she's doing is. I don't think it amounts to legal advice. Look, this is subversion. Let me just call it for what it is. This is treasonable. This is sedition. You cannot call for the setting up of another army within an army. We have the armed forces of Liberia. We have the security apparatus that's charged with protecting all of the citizens within the borders of the Republic of Liberia. We have community watch groups. I mean, she will encourage these people to form community watch. I think that would serve their purpose well. But this amounts to overthrowing the security apparatus, telling them they're incapable of protecting this particular select group of people. And therefore, these people should band themselves into an army, and start a sedition, start a cessation, or whatever we want to call it. This has very deep reaching implications. I don't know if she understands what she's doing. Yeah, maybe you're right. Maybe she has the approval of the president. I don't know. But this is not good. This is not good. Especially for someone who sits so close to the presidency to be associated with this kind of thing. Like I indicated earlier, she is indicting the security forces of Liberia. Basically, what she's saying is they are incapable of protecting everybody within the borders of this republic. And whether she's right or not is debatable. But for someone in her position to be advocating for this kind of position, I see someone, I think it's someone writing, we had the Lofa Defense Force. Why can't we have Fuller Defense Force? Well, Lofa Defense Force was a rebel group. that took up arms against the government of President Samuel Kanyado. And
No, no,
I
no,
don't.
no, no, no. Let me correct you. Sorry, Chief. It was not against President Samuel Kanyado. So you rightly stated, yeah, there was an armed defense group that took arm. Well, at the time, Seleke Kromah, the Unimbo K group hit Lofa, attacking, just killing Lofians, other Lofians, other things. So the Lofa Defense Force came. They established that group at the time during the war, the 8 day of the war, to counter that, to protect their citizenry. Because the Mandingos headed by then Seleke Kromah, Unimbo K, they were slaughtering Lofians, burning their villages, their towns, and all of things. So the Lofa Defense Force came about at the time by the late Thomas. How they call him? Francois Massacre established the Lofa Defense Force to protect. Right. So it was not, but then Doha already died. It was during the heat of the
Lofa Defense Force came into being when Doha died.
Doha died already.
Because
established 92, 93.
Okay, thanks for the correction. Otherwise, I was going to say that you just made.
Yeah, but you are right to say it was a rebel time, and not the normal time were established.
At the time, exactly. Yes. And the point was, thank you very much for the correction, Sylvester. My point is, at the time, the government of the Republic of Liberia had proven incapable of protecting all of its citizenry. I mean,
exactly.
There were no government.
That's why I said we went to the Comprehensive Peace Accord in Accra. It said that we should disband all of those groups.
Exactly.
To restart, and how we restarted 2005.
Thank you. So for her to be sanctioning this is to, in effect, be clear that there is no protective capability right now under this government, and therefore it's free for all. Everybody should go and protect themselves. And this kind of position that she's advocating is rebellious. I don't think that's what she meant by this advocacy. It just looks bad on his face, and I hope she will have an opportunity to come back and correct this. But, she's really indicting herself, the government, and this is loaded. This is loaded. I don't think it should be taken lightly. I hope it is an honest mistake that she made. But she is implying that these Fula people are not being protected by the government of Liberia while they are citizens in this country. Once you say that, basically you're declaring that this government has failed to protect certain segment of its citizenry. And that in itself is an indictment of this government. I don't think that's what she meant.
Okay, Johnny. Kula Fofana is saying there is no difference between the churches that have acolytes, that have pew watchers in the churches that direct people to the altar, that direct people to sit down.
These are not security people.
She said if the churches are doing this, then what's wrong with the Muslim people doing? These people are escorting women from the mosque to their cars. They are parking cars. When guests come, they prevent stampede. And this organization, this is the same thing, the equivalent of what the churches do when the pastors have a rally and they got people there with their reflective jackets on, their t-shirt, and they are helping move the crowd. If the Christians are doing it, why not the Muslims? That's what she said. She's deliberately made the equivalent that in the churches you do something similar. That's what she says.
Mr. Gayman, I didn't want to push too much on this thing because, I'm concerned about the state of Liberia. And I always told people for the last 20 more years, I work around the country and see what's happening. Our country is still at stake to the extent that our governance system has not taken full control of our well-being as a people. Kula working in the office of the president. That's one thing. But let's go back. Every private security firm in this country is registered with the Ministry of Justice. And if they need training to have some skills, they have to work through the Liberia National Police and they go and conduct their training at National Police Headquarters. National Police Training Academy. But look, let's take this very serious. Who is providing training for these guys that Kula is defending? Where are they from? What kind of training are they taking? You understand? Second thing is, every group in this country, if you have a concern, like even the high schools or program programs, when they know they will be calling up, they will have a program that will have population turning out, they will read the national police to provide police to protect their program or to even ensure free flow of traffic and everything else that are needed to provide security for such event. Is she telling the Liberian people that the very mosques around Liberia are experiencing insecurity and that they have written the government agency responsible for security, and that government agency has refused or relied on its duty or refused to respond to the request? So that means they should take the law in their own hands or they should take the security in their own hands. Look, Kula should be mindful not to put the Unity Party government into public disrepute on this matter. Because it can be taken from several angles. It will help to destroy the Unity Party government from different angles for what is happening. So many things can happen. So many people can pick it up from different angles. So they should try to enforce, to ensure that people stop this process. Use the regular means. Write the Ministry of Justice, for example, or write the National Police and inform them that during a Ramadan period, we have experienced over the years that due to the late hours and we are doing this and this and this, our people are out, they feel insecure. How can you ensure that these communities are secure? But look, we are insecure. I'm insecure. To be very frank, every night I spend not less than 3-4 hours getting up quickly to check outdoor, to check around and see what's happening. Right? Right now I'm here in Dopoh. So I go home by 7-8 o'clock. I've not seen one police officer even walk along the road here to do patrol to see what's happening around here. That is part of the duty of the police. So if every one of us in the country decide that we'll form our own security frame group to protect us in the place, then why do we sign a social contract with the government? Then why do we form a government? Why do we have a government that will say we will put you in place, we vote for you, whatever, and your duty is to respond to our needs? Number one is security. So if the people feel they feel they are not secure, they should write a government through their representation. Even if, like I say, we already have somebody from a fuller background, even in the legislature, they can take that issue to the legislature to call the police to book. Or there are many people in the house that are associated with fuller people in the country. But the issue that she, as a lawyer and also as the press secretary to the president, can make these kind of issues about acolytes, those are part of the church function, church organization. So what is she saying? In the more, don't they have? And I'm afraid for Fulani to bring this thing into a religious issue. Look, I did studies in interfaith religious peace building process. To have an issue surrounding religion is dangerous, especially Liberia as a third world country that has so many deficiencies in our social structure. Anyone who try to encourage religious differences and religious competition to the extent that it becomes seen as somebody is having more opportunity than the other, and start competing, it can result into conflict. And Liberia does not have the social strength to resist religious conflict, especially so when it's between Christians and Muslims. So our vascular to please be mindful how she does her analysis. It's not good. We are right here. We see what happened in Nigeria. We saw happening in Nigeria, in northern Nigeria. The group called Boko Haram. They are linked to a religious group of Muslims of Islam. Why do you think the U.S. government is saying that the Nigerian government is sitting down and the new Muslim people from the Boko Haram are killing Christians? Is that what we want to see in the country? We're always struggling to have food on our table, for our families to have food at home. Even 2 meals a day is difficult here. They usually encourage religious competition to the extent that because in the Christian churches they have acolytes, they have ushers. What is wrong with Kula? What's happening to her? But again, like I said initially, we need to deeper to understand where this idea is coming from to form a private security firm only for Fullers. You see what happened? She didn't speak of Fuller alone now. For what you just read, Mr. Gayman, she referencing Islam, Muslim. And that's why I know even that's why I can remember doing the conflict in Lofa.
Yeah, the motivation. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, there's something. The other day when I had the issue in Lofa in 2008 or 9 around there, or 2010, when I had the war in the that conflict in Fonjama, it was again because two persons, one Loma person and one Mango person had a difference. It took a trend of Christian Muslim. In the very Moravia again in Pinsi, simple issue came about, they say Christian Muslim. We who are literate, who call ourselves literate and educated Liberians, we should not even be encouraging any issue of religious competition to the extent that it will a hardness or becoming or issue of conflict. It would not be good for us, it would be so bad for us. It's be so bad because around all there are too many issues of terrorism around us. Like I said, we got an issue in Mali, issue in Burkina Faso, Niger, Nigeria, even in Chad, all around us here. Why are we having the kind of thoughts? We should be worrying about coming together and work together to strengthen our government to serve us, rather than trying to create separate armed group or separate or security group in the interest. They have several private security firms here. Kula as a lawyer, we have several private security firms in Liberia. The Muslim Council can hire a private security firm to protect their federal mosques in collaboration with the police because all the private security firms are already registered in the Liberian government through the Ministry of Justice, so they have collaboration with them and the police. You understand? But to say you form a special group of Fula and now she's saying Muslim, so we can know very well we have Fula mosques that are also Muslim, and we have other mosques that are predominantly follow or worship by or worship through Mandingos. I also know that there are mosques that are predominantly of Va people or Mende. And we also know that even in the religious group of Islam, they have division. We know that. But that's why most time when they're having their election for leadership, they always they want any group always try to dominate the process to be the head. Sometimes you see the Va and the Mende, the Gola, the Bandi that are predominantly in Muslim activities try to fight for leadership there. They are resisted by other groups. You understand? We know that very well. The most on fish market is predominantly occupied by Fulas, right? The one on Benson Street, I guess, is occupied mostly by Mandingos, right? Same thing in my own in Lofa. We have mosques that are led by Fulas only, and mosques that are led by Mandingos only, and other minority ethnic groups that are Muslims. So I mean, Kula need to be very mindful. This issue, it has a serious security concern and security effect on Liberia, and the country is still not strong enough to resist an issue of internal, or religious or armed conflict or violence. It's not good for us. We are a small country, less than 10 million people in this country. Why are we having all the issues? We should be talking about how we need more educational facilities, more health facilities, more roads constructed in short period of time, and the expansion of energy, the expansion of water supply to homes and sanitation should be our concern. You understand? Why should we worry about having a small group of people fighting to have their own army in the country? I think Fuller slipped. She should reconcile this. I mean, she should reconcile herself to what she did. And I think our Fuller leadership in the country should not continue with this process. They should stop it and do the right thing by writing the Ministry of Justice and the Liberian National Police to ask for security if they feel that they, as Fullers, are threatened by some action. And they also have to prove it. You got to get some reason for why you feel you are not secure. Why you need additional security for yourself? Because everybody here for what the Liberian government has is what we're living on. We have some far right here in Pinsville. I live there maybe like blocks away from so far. But how do I even?
Well. We had a breaking news from Accra. Said tomato traders were killed when Islamic insurgents attacked the town of Tatayo in northern Burkina Faso on Saturday. The Ghana Interior Minister said the victims were among a group of 18 traders who had entered Ghana's northern neighborhood to buy tomatoes when militants stormed the town, separating men from women and killing all the men and burning them beyond recognition. a radio station. This is being reported by Reuters newspaper. They went on a shooting spree, killing almost all males in the town and burning their body beyond recognition. This is why we say the greatest democracy on the planet. The United States of America were smart enough, the founders of this country decided that there has to be separation of church and state. The word God or the word church or the national religion should never be mentioned. And to that we say we take our hat for those thinkers. 250 years ago, for this republic to thrive, we have to do away with religion. The quest between you and your God is a private matter. In fact, the scripture said it, that every man is going to meet his maker, and you will have to stand by before your God to testify, give an account of yourself, not as a group, not as Methodists, not as Baptists, but you will stand before the Lord and give an account of yourself. This is why Martin Luther said, if this is what the scripture said, then there is no reason for us to read the Bible to the full. Let them read it for themselves, because they will have to stand before the Lord and give an account of their stewardship. So we took our hat to those men and women that brought this nation called the Republic, this United States together. This July 26th will make us 250 years. July 4th, excuse me. That's forward thinking. It was upon this premise that Liberia was founded, that we were founded. We did not say the Christian Republic of Liberia. We said the Republic of Liberia, where every man, woman, and child can pray and practice the religion without duress. If that concept is incompatible with your life, then there is no reason to find respite or immigration to a nation that does not reconcile with your thinking. But as long as you're within the bailiwick of the Republic of Liberia, you will have to fall on a constitutional law. With that being said, let's revisit real quick the ruling today from the Supreme Court, and I will start with Honorable J. Victor Nagbe. The Liberian Supreme Court ruled against President Joseph Boakai and instructed him to reinstate Dr. Dopoh Christopher Myean for violating his right. We all know how this began. We all know the background. And the court ruled. So there were no investigation, no due process of law. There was no evidence provided to the court that this man was given the due process. No investigation, no proof, no paper, no evidence. You just wrote a piece of paper that he's guilty. And the court also ruled that Dr. Myean had the right to be heard. The central to the court's decision was the constitutional right to due process under Article 28 of the 1986 Constitution of Liberia. Dr. Myean was reportedly given 48 hours to respond to the both allegations and was dismissed the same day. We gave you 48 hours now to show proof why you can be fired. Before you open your mouth, we say you fired. He had no chance. So
Yeah.
the order of the court read, the Supreme Court therefore affirmed the alternative rate of prohibition granted the peremptory rate, ordered Dr. Myean reinstatement as Director General of NPHIL alternatively directed the government to pay him full compensation as though he has served out his entire term. And the court instructed the clerk of court to notify all parties involved. The ruling reinforces constitutional safeguards for tenured officials, strengthens institutional integrity in Liberia public health sector, and sets a clear precedent limiting executive overreach. Mr. Honorable Nagbe, here we are, the courts couldn't have been clearer.
No, Justice Wolokoli, who was, of course, appointed by President Boakai when he was vice president and Ellen Johnson was president, and they appointed this lady to the court. So she's a friend, if she's not a member of the UP. But I mean, I'm glad that the Supreme Court finally, well, maybe again has broken with this has broken with this government. I mean, we saw that in the case of the removal of the speaker, ultra vires. People say it wasn't clear enough. So this is clearer than day that this justice has indicated. We've been saying it all along. These 10 people that this president has been moving on, and removing them and all of that, it is illegal, and he knows that. He knows that because most of these tenure positions were created when he was in the executive mansion as vice president and the president of the Senate. He knows that. You know what is even more disappointing? And I know it must be something in the water in government also. Because Bushu Ben Keita, I know him he's a very smart guy. He is the legal advisor to this president. What kind of advice is he giving him? He's not giving him the right advice, or this president is not listening to him, But it was very clear, even to us who are non-lawyers, that the way they try to remove him, I think Dr. Torgbean, was removed based on the recommendation of the board. But so what? If the board is recommending an illegal advice to the president, isn't it the responsibility of the legal advisor to tell the president, Mr. President, don't do this? So now here's what I think is going to happen. I think this is now going to have a snowballing effect where most of these people who attend, they are going to go to court. And I think they know who to go to now. They will have a favorable ear in Justice Wolokoli. And I think some of the justices on the bench, it's not just her. She wrote the opinion, but I believe this is a unanimous. I haven't read the opinion, And so, it'll be interesting to see how the president react to this, because he chose clearly to go against the advice of the Supreme Court in the removal of the speaker. He said he was going to go where the majority was, in spite of the fact that the majority, the so-called 43 majority, was wrong. We said that over and over for months. We sat down here. So here we are. So I'm waiting for the interpretation again from Justice, from Minister Oswald Toet. Let him come and give us his advice on this ruling and tell us again what they intended to say. But it is clear, and congratulations to my brother Dopoh. I hope they're giving all his back pay, all that money. They should pay the man. And I want all the other people from what's the girl name from Telecom Authority, White's friend. All of these people they should sue and let the government pay them. They should pay the people, But it is unfortunate that it had to come to this. How he say he is paying this guy from the central bank, paying him behind, through the back door, paying the man almost $300,000 or whatever, and then he refuses. How do you explain all of this? So much confusion, chaos. If you're gonna pay the president, then why did you remove them in the first place? They remove what's his name? Talu from the central bank, and then they call him behind the house.
Same thing with Glasgow. Same thing with Madam Glasgow.
They went Calais with him behind the house. My man Kanye, we got something for you. Don't go anywhere else. Don't do anything. We're begging you. So congratulations to Torgbean is a seasoned politician. He and I we work together with Linsu. He knows what he's doing. I'm sure he and Kabina may have been classmates, Kabina, and even Kehleboe Gongloe. I think these are all his classmates. They told him, you don't even pay us. I don't know if he paid them, but I'm sure they would have said that. Don't even pay us. We will take on this case for you, and we will beat these people. And they shown the government for how fickle how very I don't, I'm surprised that Bushime will be a part of this. It's really disappointing. He's very young. I mean, well, we're not young anymore, but he has a whole lot ahead of him. I don't know why he tied himself up with this kind of behavior. This is clearly, it's not a very complicated case. It's not a case for them to have even gone to court on, but they have been defeated. I hope they will pay the man. Congratulations again to Dr. Dopoh Christian.
Great. Let me welcome the great Tomalin George the First. Welcome, Chief.
Yeah, Mr. Gayman, thank you, man. Well, also say hi to all the other panelists, Mr. Nagbe, Pewee, Johnny, and all viewers and listeners watching us.
You are very low.
Our viewers and listeners watching us around the world. It's good to be on the closing argument. Thank you, and the show has been. I've been following the show, and great discussion what you guys are having. So, yeah.
Great.
Jerome.
We're having a feedback. You talking to me?
For me?
Yeah. What on you? Let's see. Yeah, that's you. Yes, go ahead, Johnny.
I was listening to my senior brother on Twitter, and talking about everybody else have gone through that process. They caught in the back door. I heard one story of one old man when I working in Grand Crew. The old man said that crewman went to heaven and brought a democracy there. I said, "What do you mean, old man?" He said everybody was saying hallelujah, hallelujah, and agreeing with everything. But when the crewman jumped there, he said, "No, how can everybody agree with one person all the time? We got to ask question why." So I think that Nagbe case, the Christopher case that Chris Dopoh said, "No, I'm not going to allow this. I'm going to ask question about my situation." So that's why we are here. We are.
Well, Honorable Pewee, let's look at this. And I made this case earlier. The mantra of the Unity Party scene is talk tire. You can talk and you can talk and you can talk. The outcome is the same. We will remove you, we will beat you, we do whatever we want, you will talk and you get tired and nothing going to happen. And it looks like they have been succeeding. They removed all the tenure people from the other positions. They even twisted arms of other folks. They threatened other folks. We saw from the beginning of the administration, $8 million transfer to, I think, an IG or GT bank for unexplained reasons to settle some debt. Some folks say it was campaign debt. We saw $10 million transfer to FOIA for presidential palace that no one knows how the money got there, where the money came from, who won the bid, who built this. We also saw them breaking ground for another $20 million Justice Ministry complex that have not been appropriated. Nobody knows where this money comes from, where the money is going. We saw the other day where they saw $22 million from the beginning of the administration for roads, and nobody knows what happened to the money. And the Minister of Justice, Minister of Public Works said, we didn't spend all, we got $8 million somewhere. We've been asking, where is the $8 million? Do you have the authority to keep $8 million at the ministry? And the Unity Party says, you're talking tired, talk
but
tired.
That one, Jerome, you can't blame the man. The man went to Capitol building and give them to forgive him.
So here we are. The man said, talk tired. You talk, you can talk all you want. There's nothing you can do to us. It looks like it's working, Honorable Pewee. You remove tenure people. You transfer money. In the meantime, you persecuting other people for $35,000 and letting people go for $10 million. You can talk tired. There's nothing you can do. It looks like this is where we are.
Yes, on a serious note, voting do have serious consequences, if you will. The Liberia people voted for this for now. And you see, but what's going to further hit the Unity Party is that they are now emboldened by this kind of a reckless way of doing things, trying to bypass the government structural bureaucracy not respecting the basic rule of law, and it's going to hurt them. It's not going to hurt them today. It's not going to hurt them tomorrow, but it's going to hurt them in 2029. It's going to hurt them significantly. And part of that hurt is they're going to put them back in the opposition. Listen, you cannot be arbitrarily violating the laws of the country and you believe that the rest of the folks will just sit and watch you. Now, listen, it's not about the opposition. It's about the people of Liberia. They are watching religiously. And so they're taking a lot of notes in terms of what actions they're going to take. And the only power they got now, they cannot exercise power, but that power will be effectively utilized in 2029. And that's Article 1 of the Constitution, right? So that's what they're going to do. But back a little bit into the Due Christian thing. We have to go a little bit back. The president intended to bring in his nephew, Samoa, to be the central bank governor because the belief is that he wanted someone that is controlling the monetary parts of this country will be someone of his confidant, right? Someone that can come to him in his bedroom and say, okay, a nephew, can I get $10 million? Can I get this amount? The person that would take and control the system, fund the void of our country. Even fund the reserve, if you will. So the intent was to do that. So what is the price we have to pay? It's to violate the law. Yeah, but by doing this now to violate this law, are we going to pay this guy? Of course. They paid the guy some money. They gave him almost $500,000, the former central bank governor, and then they pay him off almost $500,000 the government gave him. They went to the LTA also. Some of the folks in the LTA, I'm told they gave them they gave them some money because they tried to weaponize the judicial system against few of them, scary them of prosecution, and those want to back out. But few also pay some money. And they went also to NASCO. They did it to Mrs. Seleke. She was removed. I don't know the circumstances to that point, if she was compensated or so. Some of them are saying yes, she was compensated. Some are saying I don't know of that. So I don't know the definitive outcome from Mrs. Seleke at home, but I know that the Talu from Central Bank was heavily compensated. I do know for a fact that Yimane Pearson was heavily compensated and all these things. So that was from the Central Bank aspect. They did also fund the LTA. They went to other institutions. Now, the Supreme Court sat in the country. And you see, the reason is that if the court that is suspected to do her job is not doing the job, and some of us will not be calm to a court that is not performing, the court that is involved into malfeasance and misfeasance, if you will. What we'll do, we'll come and do the appropriate line. But if the court is involved into some sinister plan also to undermine the very justice system, it's not a good thing. But when the court perform her tax, we will come out and say, yeah, the court did perform her tax. But if you are not doing your job, it runs us to just start to imagine that this court is unbalanced, right? And the court is herself is trying to torpedo her own reputation, if you will. So, but the Dopoh Christian situation, I thought he went to the court, and someone is insinuating, and I don't want to buy into that insinuation. Someone's insinuating that, and I told the person today, I said no. But he said, hey, probably the Chief Justice is lobbying for this to happen because Dopoh Christian is from Nimba, right? So it is this kind of a thing he's trying to push. I said, no.
Robert G.
That's what I said to the person. I said, no, he's not. Okay. He is from the Southeast, but this is on the basis because the person here, the hard Myean. I said, I had a conversation with them today almost for 17 minutes. Yeah, 17 minutes. But the major situation I'm trying to talk here is that when we have 20 positions, and the reason why 20 positions came out during Madam Salif days, there are certain institutions, Mr. Gilman and gentlemen, that the structure, the intent of the state is to see those institutions perform void of what we call executive influence or interferences, if you will. So they establish certain institutions. For instance, they said, okay, all of those anti-graft institutions, like the GSC, like the LACC, like the public procurement institution, and if you will, And then they dragged down to some of them. There were certain institutions that did not require tenure, but they tenure them because people that are trying to put certain people in those positions had particular interest in those areas, right? Like, why tenure the fisheries, if you will? Why tenure the fisheries? There was no need of putting tenure on the fisheries, but they put tenure there. Why tenure? Okay, Social Security, yes, because they are collecting money for people that will be patient tomorrow and other things. That should be guaranteed that we need some longevity and some level of protection, stabilization in terms of that. You don't need a polarizing kind of a way of appointing people where they just serve at the will and pleasure of Article 56 of the Constitution, the will and pleasure of the President. But Duba's Myean situation. Now, the Supreme Court have now issued and said that you have to reinstate the man. Now, I'm not inclined to believe that Dr. Myean will be willing to accept this to be reinstated. I'm realism because the level of the confidence of the president, the Minister of Health, and all those things that they game all against it to undermine his professionalism and all those things. I don't think he's going to be willing to do that. I think the way they're going to mitigate this is to now pay him off as this court instructed. But there's a serious indictment to the Bouaka administration, as he said. They are violating all of the laws. They are now known to be the number one government that is undermining the rule of law in Liberia. Mr. Bouaka, as president of Liberia, himself is undermining the law. So he's not a respecter of the laws of the country. And I'm sincerely convinced that nobody going to orchestrate anything like demonstration now or do this now. But the Bouaka presidency is going to pay for this dearly come 2029 because of the insensitive nature of the president grossly undermining the fabric of the Constitution of the Republic of Liberia. It's a major element of democracy, the rule of law. If you cannot uphold the tenets of democracy, that is a sequel non towards protecting our democratization. This is a troubling development in today, but it's a big victory for Dr. Chris Myean. I think most of his international organizations he worked with before, this is a process to redeem his reputation and his character. It's a very good development for him.
Good. Honorable Tomalin George.
Am I audible now? I'm okay?
Can you hear us?
I'm hearing you guys.
Yeah, but we're still having the feedback.
Well, why you always have a problem?
I don't know, because everything I was the same way I came on normally yesterday, same thing again.
I come in, are you using 19 Pro Max? I've not come on yet. No, we say this on Pro Max.
You know, I can't come close to you, but
no, why you can't come close to me?
Man, if we're using a food and I come on here, I want to use already. So
yeah.
Well, listen, switch on your Facebook account.
Yeah, the feedback still coming 20.
You can't got true?
Yes. But the way you did last one, you call it out and come back.
Okay, let me see. Okay.
Your Facebook account is issued. Just call it off.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, if you are watching us, thank you very much for watching. Favor Morris, thank you for tuning in. Sarah Dopoh, thank you for tuning in. Abu Kamara, yeah, I know you were going to tune in, you know, to Sister Flex. Thank you very much. Nora Hawks, all of our friends, please tell us where you are tuning in from so we can send a shout out. I like these guys from the other places that are so proud of wherever they are calling in from. They will tell you, okay, I am calling in. Look at this person, Oliver Saka, tuning in from Accra. Thank you very much to our folks from Accra, Ghana. If you are from anywhere, let us know where you tuning in from, so we can send a shout out to our fans. Let me see, City Geeks. Let me see where defense. No, he didn't. He want to know. We had a Lofa defense force. So what's wrong with Fula people? Can't get their own defense force. We just discussed that, my friend.
No, so picture him, Mr. Gayman. Tell that person that the Lofa defense force established 1992, 93, thereabout, and it was immediately disbanded. And that was established by the late Francois Massacre and other Lofians that supported it. And that was meant to protect Lofians citizens against the then Manigo aggression against most of their property, their tradition, and the humankind that was almost being exterminated at the time of the war in Liberia. So the Lofa Defense Force came in as a means to protect other Lothians against that reckless aggressions on the part of UNIMOK?
Well, you heard it when we were talking about one county, Lofa, with two major defense forces. We have Seleke Kromah and the UNIMOK that hailed from Lofa, to the detriment of everybody else, and then they came about and decided to join forces and defend their own folks and save the state. So they came up with the Lofa Defense Force to neutralize UNIMOK from the slaughter of its citizens. So this is where we are. For those, the Bassa people have a parable. It's a he who has seen.
Well, Mr. Gayman, am I still the same?
Yeah, you're good now.
You're good now.
Okay, thank you.
The Bassa people got a parable. They say, he who has seen the carcass of a dead boa constructor dare not venture in the swamp. That's what we are talking about here. So here we are. We have seen these things before. We have seen the consequence of something called defense forces, what they have done. Some were formed to save life, and they wind up doing more than the enemy. This is why when we see and hear anything that resembles defense force within the republic, rightfully so, we begin to get jittery. This is not against one particular group of folks, but we are talking about lived experience. Honorable George, here we are talking about the ruling in the Supreme Court. This particular song has been sung by everybody else. Why Dr. Myean? They did this to the LTA folks, they filed a complaint. They did it to Madam Glasgow, she filed a complaint. They did it to the central bank, they filed a complaint. The Supreme Court never been, declarative as they are today. Is it because it's one of their own? They went to school with him, they live with him, they know who he is. As opposed to yesterday, when the Supreme Court says the fulcrum of our society is due process of law. They said Myean was not given the due process of law. Therefore, his termination is illegal. Just yesterday, the little guy by the name of Prophet Key was not given due process of law. Is the Supreme Court trying to redeem herself from the backlash that they got from the Prophet Key case?
No, Mr. Gayman, the issue with senior comrade Tomalin Christian, someone who I've come to know for many years, especially during the Doe regime. He was Secretary General of Linsu. These are guys. These are the men who, when they were in the student movement, they were uncompromising. None of the guys who got today, where by the time they call one of their veteran court, and they shake their hand and they back down, all that. But it's not. You're not the guy. Tomalin, Lavale, Supu, what you need? No, not Supu, man. Mr. Nagbe, help me, man. The guy, the lovely guy, one of your men, Lavale.
Yeah, we going civilian corner. Yeah.
Look how he did, Lavler.
Yes, that the guy. All the guys there, and the guy who died, who they killed.
See Reginald family.
What other guy need to kill? What his name, man? Smart guy.
All
these guys, all together,
Mm-hmm.
yeah. So these guys respect. The problem with this issue, many people don't understand the genesis of this. The Minister of Health, she had a problem with Dopoh, and Dopoh is the principal guy, and because they wanted to do all of their funny stuff and stuff, she used her connection with President Bouaka. They are somehow related with her father, somehow her husband, something like that. Use a connection to get rid of Dopoh. But I'm thinking that he was just a guy who would just fire and let go. No, because his reputation was on the line. This man can't come be firing anything, and he respected by John Hopkins. All the people respect this guy, or scientists that weren't with the word no. You just fire him for foolishness and he accepted. No, He said, I will utilize the justice system. He went through it. And government had no case. President Baka is on an obligation now to reinstate this man. The man had a 10-year position. If he doesn't do it, like people said, Baka then will feel it. Because you can't violate the law all the time. You can't disrespect the Supreme Court. You see, he did it. But it's all because of Dr. Louise Poto Maple. This woman, we are doing investigation on this woman. What she has done, when she took over, she changed all the health officers around the country, changed them, who are own people there. I've talked to a lot of doctors who are qualified doing their job. But what that woman have done, she have changed all of them, removed them from the post, and put people who were kato to her. Okay? And she's being backed by the president. They have a very strong relationship with the president. Okay? She tried to do it. Like, MPhil is not a place to play with. It's a serious place. Okay? And Dr. Torgbean was doing a good job there. But they took advantage of him, thinking that they will use that connection, the trouble thing, to do all the stuff to get rid of him. But he fought back. And I respect him for fighting back. Okay? I fought him in the Supreme Court. Honestly, why it's true that they have some issues, they screw up most of the time. But when it comes to being black and white, there's no way the government could have won this case against Torgbean. The facts were clear. They had evidence. He showed it. He took all his stuff to the court. He had two strong lawyers, former Justice Kabina Jani and Kehleboe Gongloe. These guys they know their craft. So the government couldn't have won this case. But like people said earlier, the only thing can happen now, the government have to come to some arbitration. You either pay the man off if he accepts it, but if Torgbean want to say, look, I want to finish my term because I want to do what I want to do for the country, you gotta come to that compromise with him. Okay? Look, the minister, I saw it during the Myean administration where the Minister of Health and MPhil people were on Zoom. We had the health minister and the MPhil director there. Every time we asked the MPhil get a question, minister will jump in the question, interrupt, because she was the one dominating. The Minister of Health all want to dominate that position, to have control over it, to be the final. And the MPhil boss don't report to you. You coordinate together. But what she wanted to do, and she made a strong resistance in Torgbean. That's what happened. So in case, I'm happy that he won this case. Supreme Court, perhaps they have redeemed themselves again on this one. And the reality is that President Baka now has a choice. Either he reinstate the man immediately, or he comes to understand and say, okay, Torgbean, maybe we won't work with you, but let's come to understand what we can pay you off. Will he accept it? That's another thing. Because the man is educated. He's an expert. He's a scientist. He can work anywhere in the world. He's needed. So that job won't make it. All the time he be sitting down, he be taking care of himself. His expertise, That's what happened in that case. And it's a shame that this government will continue to do this thing. And the problem they face, one of the things that until people can take them to court, you see, America, one thing that Trump is doing here, people going to court. I listened to the Pennsylvania governor yesterday. He said, I was on Attorney General of Pennsylvania. I beat Trump for the 3-0. It's true. And he said, oh, they cheated me. When I go to court, they throw the clear outside. You go through the legal process. Yes. And even in Michigan, the people in there, they beat them again too. All they're trying to suppress the voters and things, all kind of stuff, they're losing in the courts. So would that utilize our courts? Okay? And it is true. Our judiciary is concerning that. But they know what case to play with, honestly. They play with these land cases then, the other fundamental cases then. But it comes to these kind of cases, they know very well that they were watching. Because you want to put yourself in that situation where when our court is considered just compromised to the core, that's not good for the country. So that's what happened. And I'm happy that Torgbean won his case. And let's see what happens next. But President Baka, if you're listening to this show, whatever the case, you're on obligation to honor the Supreme Court ruling. He did it with his former speaker. Again, that was the time for the opposition politicians to stand together. Say, let's stand and insist that it could be respected. But when they realized that they all just surrender, but he had no choice but resign. He ended up resigning. But this time around, he's not going to let them just pushing around. Two things. Either you reinstate him immediately, or you understand it where you can negotiate him to pay him off.
Yeah, but Jerome, I have a concern about this ruling from the Supreme Court. Why are they saying you gotta reinstate him or pay him for the time? I mean, what does the law actually say? If the action of the executive branch of government was wrong, and the instruction is the man should be reinstated, that should be the final saying. Don't create another condition that say reinstate him or pay him. Why is it
Johnny, it's not a wrong thing to do. This is the option to give. Now, the reason the court is doing that.
Why give option?
Go ahead.
Why should they give option? Because this is a legal matter. You say it was wrong to have this man dismissed. They better not have the due process. Therefore, the ruling is reinstate the man. Or you say reinstate him or pay him. I'm not too clear in my head about that. I don't know what that really means.
That is just absolutely clear and abundantly clear in every given society. Now, there was an issue about a partisan issue now moving forward. Part of the reason why they had removed him, the court said the whole thing pushing to remove him was all illegal. He was not given due process. This is a professional man. He thinks his reputation had been injured. That's why the court is looking into it. It's possible that the government would not just want to work with you. The fact that they did this is legal, or the climate will not be good for this man also. So two options you have. If you cannot reinstate him, you pay him all of the time for the remaining term of his tenure. That just fit into it. Any court anywhere in the world.
But
two. He had.
Yeah, 1 minute, Pewee. If you say you cannot reinstate him, that means you are still allowing them to hold their ground, to not give the man the job he was doing, and they remove him from that illegally. Well, the point
they are not holding the ground. They're gonna, if they can't hold him on the job, they pay him for the time. Pay him for all the time he got.
You see, the logic in the law here is that
this man, he said he don't want the job. Why he said he not comfortable working there again?
If he says
so
I'm okay,
it's for that two angles.
No, one minute, right? Rather. If he says okay, if the ruling says reinstate this man and pay him for the time that he not been working, pay him for that time because he was wrongly dismissed, wrongly removed from the position. And the government reinstate this man and pay him money, he can decide, say, look, based on that reason, I'll resign. Then becomes better. But you can say reinstate him or pay him for the time that he been out. And for me, I don't see it as a definite ruling for the Supreme Court. It should be straight and emphatic.
No, but
Johnny, now you understand it, but understand not everywhere in the world I will be.
Yeah. They're not just saying to pay him for the time he sat down, for the time, even the rest of the contract. It's the same thing as now, he could have gone to work and it would be the same thing. So you can force the government to take him back on the job, or you can compel them to pay him, which is just the same as taking him back on the job.
Absolutely.
So I understand Sylvester's argument, and I think he's right, but I just hope this government will use this. I don't know they've had several cases like this, and they continue along the same path. They continue to remove these tenure people. I think Edwina Zagwa from the telecom people, I think she's in court with them. I'm not sure what this case is. Sylvester talked about Luscious Talu from the National Bank. They had to take him behind a house and pay him off. Several other cases where they know very well that you cannot remove a tenure. Look, you can remove someone who is tenured, but for cause.
For cause.
You gotta establish the cause. And I don't know what the president is going to do with the board that made the recommendation, because they themselves, it looks like they got their feelings caught in this thing. They said Myean was, talking to the press without talking to them. You were traveling without telling, so what?
The president not actually in charge of situation.
What was the exact case presented about Torgbean? Why was Torgbean case to Supreme Court?
This group of people run to the president, say, Mr. President, this is what happened. The president, you the last person to president to see Mr. Nagbe. President say, Nagbe, what you see? Nagbe, no, Mr. President, that Pewee, I think Pewee due to that play, then I think correct. What you want to do? Mr. President, I think let him fire Pewee. And the next day, Pewee is fired. So you see, that's the way most of those unfortunate situations. Listen, we needed to have someone that would help this old man. Other than that, the folks around the president will do things that are terrible and that are not good. Very ingenious elements around. So the court, in her wisdom, the good wisdom of the court, it's clear that what the court did is to say, hey, do this, do that, and if because the reason why the court even said that you instead of paying all his money is part of the reason is that they are already appointed someone in the position. So you see the court, So
it
they
is
already
illegal, right?
appointed someone in the position. So the court is, so the court can act to in wisdom. That's the reason of court giving ruling sometimes, and that's why I was very disappointed in the court with that absurd decision they took against Prophet Key and blatantly undermining the laws of our country. I thought that was a slap in the face of our constitution and those men and women that should be interpreting the laws for all to balance they themselves. They were very feeble and they debased the country judicial system. But in this case, the court ruled they already appointed somebody. So you can't bring Johnny back, pay Johnny all his money. How many more years Johnny had? Johnny had 4 more years.
Yeah, but gentlemen, anyway, but the issue here is the Torgbean filed a complaint to the Supreme Court because he was dismissed wrongfully, and so he want to be paid, and he did a job, or he want to prove that he was wrongfully dismissed. So the law should take its course, right? So you say reinstate this man, and or you pay him for the balance tenure and the time that he went from there. So how does this define the law in terms of the violation that was done by those that removed that are young from the post, and telling him the other? For me, I would say the exact reason Supreme Court would have been this man was wrongfully dismissed, wrongfully removed, reinstate him, pay him for the time he been off, and let him continue his job, right?
But Johnny,
to say that you should reinstate him, you can reinstate him or pay him for the time he was out and up to the end of the tenure, tenure position. So that the issue I have there now is that how does it all come in? Because the man complained that he was wrongfully dismissed.
But he didn't
complain about his money business, he was wrongfully dismissed. So led to the issue as it was complained to the Supreme Court.
I don't know how we read it. Sorry, now how the first go by the first phase of the ruling of the Supreme Court, Johnny. The court said the process his removal was illegal.
Mr. Sita.
The removal was illegal. The removal. The removal was illegal. The removal was illegal. First and foremost, it was illegal. So the court, in the court wisdom, because the court, Johnny, even those that are working in some institution, you working in an institution, your boss and other people, they lie on you. Then they got you out. When you went to the court, you won the case. The first thing the court will say, reinstate Johnny. Now, but in many cases, sometimes people come and say they will go back and say they cannot invite me away. Somebody, I don't harm him. So I'm not comfortable. You're not looking to win the case. The man won on the substance of the case. He won that they remove it illegally. That's why that was his quest. Now, the issue now of the ruling, the court is saying reinstate the man or pay him all his time. He knows very well that even if he served the rest of his 3-4 years, after that, the person will not reappoint him. So why am I wasting my time with people that would deeply honor me? This time probably will even take my life. So the court gave 2 options: reinstate him, or you pay him all his money and the time he's supposed to spend, because it's a 10-year job. So that's what they would do. Even in the kind of area you want to work for honor money, you would have from them when you want to get. As soon as the court rule, boom, your lawyer will file out for damage. So my client can no longer work in that institution, and that big money that the lawyer will put on you to get because they wrongfully dismiss you. They will move a wrongful dismissal and then they will start negotiating and the lawyer say, instead of me being reinstated, I want $2 million. So that's what he did. So he can push for a lot of things, and they will pay him up like that. And one thing you are looking for is also to repetitional issue that was done that he wanted to repair and redeem his very good repetition. Because he have worked with a lot of international organizations, particularly the Johns Hopkins University and other research institutions, public health institutions globally. Probably he may be a very good candidate for the WHO or for the major regional African regional health institutions. with this ruling, now that's a certificate of redemption for him. He's going to use that as a certificate of redemption to go and say, hey, they wrongfully dismissed me. My reputation as a recognized scientist, it was tempered with by these bunch of illegal people, Bwaka and illegal government. The Union Party government people are people that don't respect the law. That old man from Lofa Kante, he don't respect the law. He undermines the justice system, right? So that's going to be the line, Johnny.
Great.
Any old man your uncle?
But
yeah, he's not respecting the law of our country. That is.
But he's your uncle.
So
tradition and politics don't mix.
Okay, gentlemen, I'm sorry. I had a little malfunction in my background. I'm sorry.
Yeah. He's my uncle. The uncle thing, I respect the uncle, but it is the way he ruling governing the country is wrong.
But Honorable Pewee, a lot of respect for you because most people will blindly defend their relatives and loved ones.
Yeah.
You are on the record for being a straight shooter. Now let me go to Flex Electronic. Thank you for reminding us. He is calling in from the great state of Seattle. No, great city of Seattle, Washington, home of the Super Bowl champions. Yes, we have to recognize who you are, where you calling from. I don't know.
I was in Seattle 2017, man.
I don't know who you wrestled that Super Bowl championship from. Victor Nagbe, you have any idea who the wrestled that thing from? Who were the champion last year?
Philadelphia Eagles.
The best football team in the whole world.
Where?
Listen, somebody just texted me and said, Jerome, you got no fish to fry. Your Miami Dolphins is the worst team in the NFL. Yeah.
Your team is the best dress practice team.
This year, I got rooting for the Buffalo Bills.
The Buffalo Bills?
Yeah, unfortunately, they didn't. And the reason why I support the Buffalo Bills because of my old man Wolf.
Oh, but guess what? The Buffalo Bills, the Philadelphia Eagles.
Well, we are the champions, so you stop talking.
Everybody else, you are in the same place where my Miami Dolphins is. We
are the champions, so you stop talking.
We are on vacation. You're not
the Seattle Seahawks.
Tomalin, Joe, you guys have joined us in Miami and enjoyed the vacation. You all are losers like me. Whether we were 2-14, 2-18. You all are back here in Miami enjoying. We are all on vacation. So the only person who has a say so here is Flex Electronics from Seattle, Super Bowl champion. So you are from Philadelphia. You are Eagle fan too, right?
I'm a Patriots fan though.
Oh well.
New England Patriots and then for
yeah, I lived that era for almost 12 years.
So out in there. So and the Patriots back those.
All my kids were born in that era, so and where I experienced America.
I'm a Miami Dolphins fan.
But
we are the best team in the NFL. We hold the world record. The only undefeated team in the NFL history to hold an undefeated record. When whole season now we one defeat, undefeated season.
So what carry on?
It carried us to the Super Bowl 1972. Since 1972.
We're talking about 2026. You're talking about 1972. You know how many years that has been?
Well, guess what? The New York Jets, they are celebrating a 1969 win. So compared to them, we are racing champions. Well, guys, listen. Let's talk about racism in Liberia. In the world. We have to talk about the dichotomy in the African lifestyle. I went back and I watched what happened in the African Cup of Nations. How the champions, Senegal, was treated in Morocco. If you look at what they did to these boys because of the color of their skins, it's a shame. In one instance, it is regulated that the teams have to be protected by security in and out of the stadium to see the team from Senegal entering the stadium with no security, surrounded by hostile folks, and they are fighting their way through. Listen, there is no way now for us to say we're going to be politically correct and leave what is happening to our brothers and our sisters. What it did to Senegal in Morocco is a travesty. If Senegal was a Christian country, we would have said it's a Christian against Muslim. But that's not the case. These are two Islamic countries. And they are throwing things and saying things about their colors and who they are. We have to have this discussion. North Africa, why is it that North Africa believe that they are more Arab than Africans? And that dark-skinned people have no place in their country, in their society. Why aren't we talking about these things to make sure that they are addressed? Why are we being politically correct every time? Mr. Seaton, this is serious. You are a journalist. I think you may have covered some of these things. You may have heard them, you may have seen them, but this is 2026.
Thank you for bringing this up. And let's be honest, the folks in the northern part of Africa have long not considered themselves to be part of Black Africa. They have not considered themselves to be part of Black Africa. That is an ongoing discussion that have been held over and over and over. But yet instead they are on the continent. And they feel that because they are closer to Europe and close and in the Arab world, so they are more Arabic than being African. But they are Africans. Whether they like it or not, or whether the color of their skin is different from the color of our skin, we are all Africans. And to treat a fellow African nation players the way the Senegalese were treated, I think it was wrong. This is where CAF needs to come in. This is where the African Union needs to come in. If we can all go to Ethiopia, go to Kenya, we'll go to Addis Ababa, we'll go to Nairobi, Kenya to discuss African issues, all the African countries. They just concluded the AU annual summit. If we can go there as African and discuss as African, why is it that you will always have to treat your fellow Africans differently than other people, than other nationality? I think it was wrong. I think the African Union needs to step up. CAF needs to define a policy that is going to govern these games. Because let's be honest, and I think that was some of the reason why Senegal, when that controversy, when it came up during the game, the final game between they and Morocco, that's what prompted them to walk off the field, because they felt that they will not be fairly treated. And people had to talk to them. Mane had to step in to make sure Ghana came back on the pitch to play and eventually win the game. I mean, the whole thing, it was just a fiasco. And I think not Ethiopia, but Morocco has to apologize to Senegal, and CAF and the African Union needs to address this issue.
Let me welcome Dr. Henry Peabody. Welcome to the show.
To you guys, man. It's good to be here. Sorry for coming late. I had to do my daddy duty to go watch the game with my son. He had a game, so I had to take him to go and play his game. But I'm back. It was the last game today, actually, home game. So I'm back.
But it's good to see you, Mr. Gayman. Thank you for holding it down. I follow you when I got off work today, and you were talking about that. The Supreme Court not pass something else again, and whether the government will ever go by those things and stuff like that. But it's good to be here, and I see you guys are following the Morocco stuff. But I have not been following the conversation. I've been in the gym with my son at his game, so I don't think I have anything to say because I have not followed. I don't know exactly what you guys have.
Okay, today the AP is reporting that racism in Libya is deeply rooted, targeting Black Libyans and Sub-Saharan African immigrants with systemic discrimination and violence. Historical prejudice, including a legacy of slavery, manifested into this through racist violence, marginalization, abuse. Report indicates that anti-African sentiment, particularly against migrants, have fueled violence and exploitation, including human smuggling and selling Black folks as slaves. This is 2026. Victor, 2026.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's been going on before. It's been going on in Libya and the other Arab country before. Go ahead, Mr.
No, welcome, I said, Doc, and I hope your son, won his game.
They actually won. He did a good job. He won.
That's good. That's good. Then he must be an Eagle, Philadelphia Eagles. No, but seriously, Jerome, this is something maybe the AU needs to really pick up. I mean, the discrimination. By the North, the Northerners, mostly these light-skinned African, they're not white. The white people don't even consider them white, but they want to be whiter than the white people, and they are more racist at times than even the white people themselves. We've heard these stories, of how these people, they think they're better than, simply because they're lighter than the darker skinned people. Not all of them, but most of them. These stories continue to come out. And I think the AU needs to take a stand. This is a fight that I think they will find a lot of support for around the world. Racism really everywhere is frowned upon, and they need to take up the cause. I mean, we've seen these stories of our sisters living here, going to Dubai, going to UAE, going to these places, Saudi Arabia. Is it because they go to people to beg for money that they can't stand up for their own people? I think they need to band together and raise their voices. And even our players, our superstars, the guys who play the soccer, we need to all band together. Maybe all of us here on the platform and say, we need to band together and raise our voices. This is wrong. This is wrong. You cannot discriminate against a person on the basis of the color of their skin. But I saw some of I watched the game. I saw what happened in the Morocco-Senegal game, and then leading to the game, I heard there were other things done trying to deprive them of towels to wipe them. So all kinds of foolishness. This is uncalled for, and these Arabs, I got news for them. They're not white. You guys are not white. If anything, we have more sympathy and empathy for you than the white people. And those people dominated you. The Italian, the Portuguese, they dominated you. Is because we all fought and raised our voices. That's how you became independent. And you need to wake up and wise up and be who you are. You are an African. I understand they don't even want to be called part of the AU. They want to be the Maghreb or whatever they call themselves. That's fine. Just stop demeaning our people. And I'm calling on the AU. They need to get up. We need to all raise our voices. And I saw a clip over the weekend, incidentally, of this lady. She worked for these Arab-looking people, and she just went for her money. And this man is beating on the woman, his wife is beating on, and then the cops come and decide with the people, And this lady is saying, I just want to be paid and get out of here. And yet, they thought she was in the wrong, and it just really broke my heart. So I'm glad you're lifting the issue. I think we should all, find a way and lift this issue. Racism anywhere and everywhere is wrong. Everybody speaks against it. I know they're underneath, racism is still ongoing, but at least let's raise the awareness. So that these things can, if not stop completely, so that they can be reduced. It's uncalled for. Imagine guys at the level of superstars like Mendy or whatever, I'm not sure if I'm saying the name right.
Mm-hmm.
These are people who are known all around the world, and yet, and these people, they treat these people like they're gladiators. These people entertain them. I see some of the games in Britain and Europe and other parts they're playing, and they're throwing stuff at them, even when they're playing well and winning and scoring goals for them. What the heck? So it has to start. We have to find a way to add our voices. I think we need to raise an awareness.
I think it's bad. Look, and Liberians suffer it a lot. There are a lot of people who go to Liberia and recruit the Liberian children to go work for them. They go to Oman, they go to Lebanon, they go to Dubai, and when they tell you the story, how the kids are treated, sometimes they go there, they seize their passport. So they're not allowed to leave, and they are working for these people 24/7. They are like a slave in the house, cooking, watching, and babysitting their kids. The other time, one Liberian girl shared that story. I wish we could find her and share how bad it was. So she hardly sleep. The moment they told her that, oh, when you go there, they had the guy who are recruiting. When you go there, you make $2,000 a month. You save your money. They guess it. They took them. The first thing, they took their passport from them. No way to leave. And all she did was working. Did not even hardly step outside. All day she was in the house. Hardly have sleep and working for this lady as a slave. So a lot of Liberians do this thing. But the fact that Libya and other countries have been doing it for a while. They have been ill-treating Black Africans for a while, for a very long time. They beat them, they killed them in the deserts and things like that. So Oman, Dubai. If you go to Dubai, they have a place where people work. They're living like on a dormitory, on top of one another. Very bad place. They're living there. Most of the Liberians that went to Dubai, other people that went to Dubai who said they went to explore better life, it did not work for them because it was not what they told them. So when they go there, they don't even give them the opportunity like that to work with somebody and just put them in this place and all of them sleeping on top of each other working. So it's something that the AU need to look at, but I mean, they don't have nothing much in this country like Moroccans themselves are suffering. They run away a lot to other countries, take the ship and go to Spain, other places just for good life and stuff like that. But they did not correct people. Algeria is one of the countries too that they kill and beat Black African like crazy, in Algeria. So it's sad, but our people really need to be careful how they go into these countries and think they go and look for better life. It really doesn't better opportunities. I don't think it worked there. It worked much for them. That's it.
Honorable Pewee, I know this is your area also. One of the reasons someone says you are so hard on the Somalis, and I said yes. The Somalis are even worse. They are as dark as we are, but publicly claim and proclaim that they are not Black, they are Arabs. They don't mingle with the Black community. They don't fellowship with the African American community. They won't have nothing to do with Blackness. But when Trump came down on them in Minnesota, they now begin to appeal to the Black community to rally around them. And I'm saying to them, don't use us as Black folks when it's convenient. Today, the AP is reporting that Black people from sub-Saharan Africa trying to make their way to Europe are being killed, women being raped, and some being sold into slavery. This is 2026. And yet, under our own government, when George Weah was president, these women would go to Dubai, other places, and you know that in these countries, women have no right. So they were being raped, they were being sexually abused because these countries do not recognize women as anything but subjects and property. So here we are, 2026. Our men, Senegal, another Muslim country, going into Algeria and into Morocco, and they look down upon them, deny them the privileges that are reserved for them. A team as Senegal is coming onto the field, and the law requires that it be escorted. And you see the Gillian men, Mandy, they are coming fighting to come into the stadium while the other folks are coming in, fully guarded, clean, coming through the other gate. And yet, our presidents, our leaders are saying nothing, especially for our foreign minister, who is a woman, who is not recognized as a diplomat in these countries. They do it because they have to. Women have no right. And we are doing nothing, and our brothers and sisters are being murdered, are being sexually abused and trafficked today, 2026 AP. Honorable, you the one who knows how to talk. This is what I would call it slavery diplomacy. How do you say? How do we elevate this thing to the level?
We call it xenophobic diplomacy.
Is that what it is?
Yeah.
How do we elevate this thing to the AU level?
But I think on a serious note, I can recall when I served as Assistant Minister of Foreign Affairs for Public Diplomacy at the time, there was a situation in a lot of countries I would call on. And Peabody was very correct when he said, Algeria is one of the terrible xenophobic Arab country in North Africa. Very, very, and Algeria, I will say this to you. They had a lot of Liberians behind that. One of them called. They managed to dig the call, and I even personally have to take that day. I have the minister in a very one-on-one meeting. I have to even buck that and went to him and said there was a need because the stations were all talking and the people abandoned Liberian. We have to take that very, very seriously. We contacted the embassy in Conakry because the mission that is responsible for Liberia is based in Conakry, Guinea. We have to contact them. The ministers didn't really get no result. We have to directly contact their foreign minister. There were 9 Liberians held almost in captivity, if you will, treated like slaves. Yeah, treated like slaves. The last time we heard again, they took some Liberians, some Africans, and just drove them deep in the desert, left them there, told them to go on their own. I mean, so it's a serious problem we have, and I think the AU will have to elevate this to a very serious on the basis of the presidential, on the president level in terms of the head of state and government meeting. That it was projected at that level to discuss this level of high degree of racism, of xenophobic attitude taken against. We are the same Africans. Why should we? Another country that was engaged into that again is South Africa. The South African, the black South Africans don't like to see their fellow blacks. On the serious, South Africa is one of the countries that has engaged into those kind of a very terrible thing that's being unfolding in the region. So, you see, I was never surprised. They don't consider themselves, they almost don't consider themselves African. But unfortunately, they are in the Horn of Africa. They are in the Horn of Africa. They don't consider themselves Africans. And this is not a good sign of projecting Africa unity and other things. The AU line of pushing this one message about this. You have certain group of people. You see the ball balls that were on the stadium during the African Cup of Nations. Mm-hmm. They were refusing to give the ball to the Senegalese players.
Yeah.
No ball balls. If you observed it, some of the other goalkeeper even went for a towel. Imagine the Nigerian goalkeeper almost slapped one of them.
Yeah.
They did it to the Nigerian goalkeeper. He took the towel from the pool. Why are you doing that? The men's profusely sweating. And those soccer is a contact match, moving there, and then the men needed to take to the web. He took the towel. I mean, so it's an issue, but with the kind of a behavior and other thing, the state has started to be more supreme over the rest of the other African countries, and this is very wrong. And we and the other African leaders have to collectively speak against these things. And now, there are other countries. Libya is one of those countries also, and Libya before then, the Gaddafi administration really suppressed that tendency because Gaddafi wanted to prove to be the unifier in Africa. So when Gaddafi was alive, that was not really showing face. A lot of people went into Libya. They started seeking, doing work, washing cars, making money. Well, good money. But immediately Gaddafi was crushed, Libya got loose. So never try to even pass through. That's why I say you want to go through Europe. It's terrible in Libya. Don't try Tunisia. Don't try. Algeria is the worst. Don't try Tunisia. Morocco is a little liberal, but they also get involved into those things. All of them. Now, these countries also, other African countries, the reason why other government and government don't really talk about giving these things, because these are other African countries that many African countries, when the West, the East, will go and ask them for help sometimes. So when the government is treating our people bad, they have to give me feeding me, man. Then if you feeding me, and then you try treating my children bad, and you are the cause I'm feeding my children. You see, the whole thing about dignity, if you can't feed yourself, it's a serious problem. If you will rely on other people, you are dependent on other people for a lot of things to happen for you. Whenever they try to trample upon your rights, it's difficult for you to fight back. That's the reason. Now, go back to the UAE. Go back to the United Arab Emirates. Go back to Qatar and other areas. Our government will always move to those areas, seeking big support from them. And it's one of the countries that are doing terrible in terms of treating. Now, if you were to go to Dubai alone, my observation in that place, it's a beautiful area, very beautiful. But most of our people will leave to go to work. Some of these people are making $90 a month, $150 a month. Why leave from Liberia and come make $150 somewhere a month? And then if you make the kind of money, here's the unfortunate thing. So you have one room, maybe 10 by 10 room. So now you have 25 person in 10 by 10 room. Everybody taking it into there because I got to manage the 150 you make. I got to keep some of the sense on the family. Imagine so now you got 20 persons. 20. In the morning, or then leave, they go to the migrant into hustle. They go into big factories. These are hardcore jobs. More intensive. They do those jobs, leave from them maybe around 7, 8 in the night. They come, so they're resting. The Sunday to eat. They will put everybody put something together. They cook, they bake something. Then everybody will move into that one room. So the bathroom issues, and people have to be grateful for that. I mean, it doesn't worth it. I had one of my pequeños, I'm not going to call his name. He went there, he got tired, he left. He told me, Chief, I can't make it. He was being paid $190 every month. Using the forklift machine, I'm using the machine and the people pointing down the line. He spent a little over a year there. He have to go back home. You have to go back home. So, I mean, it's important that most of people want to go for greener pasture, I would say, in the Liberian balance. Oh, we got to go hustle. Let's put it that way. But if your hustle will push you to live the kind of a harsh life, and sometimes, most often, our women are seriously abused. Because it's just like Liberian will put this, when you in the water, the mama can say, when you in the water, it's just there for you to drink on, right? They will say, I already inside you. So anything that come away, I will accept it. Our women are seriously abusing these things. So if we can do things to fix things a little bit, okay, in the country to create opportunities. Because if I will leave from Liberia, go make 150, why can't you create an opportunity for them to make $200 in Liberia? Factories will come. We're not plenty. We're not that much. You see, Africa's Cote d'Ivoire, they have opportunity in Cote d'Ivoire. The Ivorian will leave, but they have opportunities. The economy is doing well. They are involved in farm, the cocoa production, and other things. They are the number one cocoa producing country in the world. They're doing well, and you see chocolate price going up now, cocoa price going this way. Most of the cocoa depots are doing very well. They got companies all over the place going. They're doing well. They left the rate of people leaving. You're not listening to the way you can get Liberian, Ghanaian, you're not run that way. So we have to do something about it. It's a serious now. The diplomacy is not fixing it, and will the diplomacy fix it? Sometimes the leaders will talk, but it's not still happening. And I think the African Union will have to press onto these things. Or that it's killing a lot of people. A lot of people getting killed in it. You know, people getting killed in Libya.
That's what they just reported. Dr. Peabody, let's until we can do the self-reflection, right?
I'm in the background. It's just that I went out of energy, so I don't want to be showing darkness on the show, but I'm in the background.
Oh, okay. Before I go to Dr. Peabody, let's send you in the darkness. We appreciate what you're doing and being there for us. But let's talk about this, Johnny. You see, most people, when Trump spoke a couple of years ago, he called the African countries shithole countries, right? Then he followed that and say, We do not need your stolen money in our country. Keep the stolen money and develop your country so your people can stop killing themselves and committing suicide by trying to cross the oceans to come to find a greener pasture. Don't bring your stolen money here. Your country first. Johnny, whether you like this man or not, this is what our people need to hear, and they need to hear it consistently. Why would one person steal $2-3 billion and bring it in the West? And your people are dying.
That is exactly what I was thinking about when Pewee was speaking, when he talked about what are we doing as a government and people to give our citizens dignity. What is the essence of having a government when you will be fleeing your home to go find greener pasture somewhere? So let's say, how many Americans travel out there to go find greener pasture, like in the case of Africa? How many Europeans, the French, Germans, Spanish, or Portuguese or Swedish go out so much looking for greener pasture as we are doing as Africans? When they go out there, they're going out to work for NGOs or some other things. So it's because their governments are doing what they have to do to give their citizens the dignity they need and the resources they need to live and enjoy their status as citizens of those countries. So coming back to Africa, if Black African leaders recognize and know that there are citizens that are looking for greener pasture in North Africa, the Morocco, the Egypt, the Tunisia, the Algeria, the Libya, other places, are being maltreated and ill-treated, sometimes in many cases killed and abused, giving the West, inhumane treatment. So then it comes back to us as a government and people. So let's come back to Liberia. Like P was saying, when you were minister, there were calls. And I know during George Weah time, even before George Weah, there were many calls from Liberians in those Arab countries that have gone there, even to go study. So they're even there on scholarship, right? And those that were even trying to make their life in those countries were always calling for help from back home. So all these things happen. How do we catalog them and make them part of our national government foreign policy? When we attend the AU and ECOWAS conferences, even the UN meetings, what do we say about the xenophobic attitude carried out among ourselves in Africa? What stand do we take? What stand have we taken as Liberians in the government of Liberia to insist on Liberian citizens being protected anywhere they go? Why? Sometimes, like Mr. Gayman, look, I'm one man doing for the time Trump came to power in the first term. Listen to a few of his statements, and some guys call me controversial guys say, well, I prefer Trump. They say, why? Because Trump is helping Africans to come to their senses, to know that they must hold their government accountable to take care of them. I cannot be a father of 5, 6 children, and I have resources. I have the means to take care of my family and children, and I abandon the welfare of my children and family members. I want to focus on my personal benefit as a father and let my children be all in my neighbors' homes, looking for food to eat, looking for a way to get place to sleep, all kind of things. Then what makes me a father? What makes me the heir of my family? That's a simple example of a government. How can you have a government that doesn't care for its people? Let's come back to our own Liberian government right now. We have a budget of $1.2 billion plus. How do we budget it? How do we plan to use it? We plan to use 90+% of it on government officials and government functionaries, other than giving our people dignity, to provide jobs for them, to open a corridor for people to invest in the Liberian economy. There's one assignment guy in the country. Every year we say we want to renew that contract. They give us 2 million, 200 million, 300 million. Then we say it's okay. We're not taking out of the bags. So we are the cause of our people being ill-treated in those foreign countries. How many times you hear about any American citizen being treated that way besides terrorists are arresting American for other ransom people? How many times you hear about American citizens? How many times you hear about citizens from Europe being involved, like people being treated like this? Because the people concerned with people. Like today, I was telling one of my friends, you see, the Swedish embassy said they're closing the embassy here as of August this year. And the reason is they have to focus on their citizens, had to focus on their country economy. The cost of keeping the embassy open in Liberia and other countries is too high. And if you do the cost-benefit analysis, how much does it benefit the Swedish people compared to bringing their money back home and focusing on their country's economy to give our citizens benefit? You understand? So every government in Africa, especially Black Africa, We have to focus on our citizens first, our people first. Why are we going? Let's look at the situation. How much resources that Morocco has, or Libya has, or Algeria has, that has Liberians, for example, Liberian case that want to move and go live in Libya or Morocco or Egypt or Tunisia or Algeria. Comparing that, let's do resource comparative analysis between Liberia and one of the North African countries. Maybe they only have.
All of them got abundant resources. They got oil.
Wait, just give me a break, right? They have resources. So why are they build more than us? Why are they building more? So don't we have resources here? Are we not giving
it like that, man?
Are we not giving go off for free? Are we not giving oil for free? And our land, our natural resources, our land first. Our water we have here, we have 6 barrels of water in the country that never go dry. How are we managing our resources to benefit our people? Population-wise, we are less than 10 million people in this country. All of Northern countries are above us in population. Right? It's just management of the resources, my brother. Libya managed on crude oil during Gaddafi days. They were one of the fastest growing economy in North Africa. They were like 2 to 1 in terms of Libyan dinar to the US dollar. They have a lot of services provided. We can do that in Liberia. We cannot be saying other people got money also almost suffering. Let's use what we have now to our advantage and make it better let it work for us. Then we'll give our citizens dignity. But we can't do that. We can't feed ourselves, my brother. My brother said on this show, we cannot feed ourselves in Liberia. And that's the simplest thing for all because about 80% of all in Liberia are farmers. People you there, you grew up as a farmer. All of us that grew up from the villages of our home, first we learn what to do farming. So what is hard for Liberian government to emphasize and put interest in improving agricultural sector that we can grow more food, feed ourselves. Even through farming, we get ourselves cash. We get ourselves dignity. What is our focus? What is our direction? So I feel hard to hear about Liberian people being struggling in North Africa or even in Dubai, other places. Hey man, people, Dubai was present now 20, 30 years ago, where were they? 40 years ago, where were they? What resources did they have? Singapore, we're talking about today, what did they have? It takes a mindset of people and leaders to build on what they have to improve living condition. We can't be giving excuses for not doing better for our people because some of them have. They got crude oil, we're crude gas. Don't we have anything here, other things that other people need to? Are we not giving our gold oil in Kamara? Look at the gold love in the southeast, Bokonjide. That's a gold deposit we have there. What are we thinking about how to even mechanize the gold with money from Bokonjide area? Go to even in Grand Cru, even Barabo of Maryland, they got gold areas there. River G has gold mining area in the Caribbean area. In Grand Jide, what company? Batajan, there's a non-gold mining area. CVR in Grand Jide, not gold mining area. I can need places to you that we are doing gold mining. Why are we now helping our people to organize to enjoy the benefit of the natural God-given resources to live on? We keep giving excuses. How much of Libya has that we cannot be or to be our own country, or Morocco has, or those things, or Egypt has? And I can feel so bad to say that Morocco gave Liberia $10 million or $5 million, or give all rice. Japan gave all rice. We can't grow rice here and eat, right? Less than 6 million people in the country. We can't grow rice to feed ourselves here. We can't grow pepper here to eat. We got to pepper from the African border or from Guinea border. We can't grow oranges here. We can get oranges come from Sierra Leone down to Liberia. What happening to us? Why are we treating ourselves like this? As though God has not blessed us. We are ignoring the blessing God has given us. That's why our citizens are suffering. And the Bible says, for the lack of wisdom, my people will perish. And that's why we are lack of wisdom here. That's why we are perishing in Liberia like this.
So true, my brother. So true, my brother.
Sita, Honorable Sita, here we go. They say, as of 2025, Saudi Arabia beheaded 356 people, beheaded with knife. Out of the 356, 280 were Africans. Beheading people.
What Johnny said, that's a fact. We have abundant resources in Africa. Not only Liberia, the whole of Africa. The continent is endowed with enormous resources. The problem has been how those resources have been utilized for the betterment of the people of those specific countries. Liberia, we are reaching diamond, we are reaching gold, we have iron ore. Now we are trying to look for oil. And besides that, we have one of the richest tropical rainforests on the face of the planet. Why can't we harness all of these resources that we have to improve the lives of our people? You think if people had livable job in Liberia, you think they will have the guts to even travel to come to the United States or even travel to go to Europe? If people are doing well in Liberia, you have a government that came to power.
People will say one come to America also. You're having,
Yeah, of course, but it will not be in abundance.
You're having job in Liberia there, other thing you say came here. Don't say that.
Yeah, it was not be in abundance. Some of us left because of people left. Look, let me make it clear. Some people left because of the Civil War. People left because of political reason. People left because of the tyranny of the Taylor administration, and we can name a lot. Okay, but what I'm saying here is, if Liberia was viable economically, where the vast majority of our people have gainful employment, people wouldn't come here like back in the days just to come for further studies and go right back home to contribute to the development of Liberia. Right. But it is not this. This day and age, we have a government that said they created, 700,000 small and medium-term jobs. Meanwhile, you have 2.5 million people that are unemployed. And the government said they created jobs. Go to the attire shop. Go to all of these different gatherings in Monrovia. Young people that are college graduates, they have no jobs. And yet I say the country is sitting on enormous resources and nothing is being done to attract foreign direct investment in Liberia. I don't understand that. So because of that, our people now leave and go to places like Dubai, the Arab war, and they are ill-treated. They are ill-treated. They have been killed. They have been abused. We all are saying the same thing here. But it is time for us to hold our political leaders accountable, because they are the ones who's supposed to provide that enabling environment for Liberians to thrive in their own country. That is not happening. We have a Liberianization policy that is on the books. To even open a little business in Liberia is become so difficult. When loan comes, the government give it to their cronies instead of giving it to the average Liberian to be able to invest. They don't do that. They give it to their connections. And there's so many things that is happening that is not right in the country. So until all of these things can be fixed, we will continue to have these problems. Our people will continue living in abject poverty. The vast majority of them, most of them will try to flee the country to seek greener pasture out of the country.
Well, Dr. Peabody.
So you know,
for those of us who have girls, you look through the prison or what the future holds for our daughters in countries and religions where women have absolutely no rights. Absolutely none. And they are basically considered properties for our women. And the last film that I watched, all the women that were being assaulted, half of them were Muslim women, but because they were Black from Sub-Saharan Africa, you think the Muslim country will look at them favorably. But it was not about gender. It was about what their religion say and ascribe to women. I was on a show the other day with my co-panelist. They call him an Islamic scholar from Canada. He was on the show. He been on the show with me for over 5 years. He shocked me Someone said, Mr. Gayman, you got two beautiful twin girls. Mr. Your Islamic scholar here has a son. Will you mind if your daughter could marry one? I said, yes, if she likes him, if they get together, they like each other, why not? And somebody made a mistake to ask him, Jerome has a son. Will you allow him to marry your daughter? He said, hell no. He said it is against the book. It is against our religion for our girls to marry Christian men or marry outside of the religion. This is a friend of mine that I've been working with me for 5 years, and I thought we were Liberians. We were colleagues. And this is what he thought about my daughter. He told me on national television that my son cannot be married to his daughter because it is against his religion. This is a friend. So I'm saying to us, for a black woman who is a Muslim from Guinea or Burkina Faso to be sexually abused in Dubai because her only sin is she's a woman, then the Africans need to do more. We need to press our folks. I am reading this particular line up here. It says, President Walker calls for a united African front on UN reform. Secretary General's election that is upcoming. And they briefly say President Joseph Newman Walker has urged African nations to speak with one voice in shaping United Nations reform and influencing the selection of the next UN General Secretary, warning that the global body faces these systemic challenges that demand inclusive and strategic solutions. Speaking at a high-level breakfast meeting Sunday in Addis Ababa, Ethiopia, Walker emphasized that financial contributions alone will not solve the United Nations mounting difficulties. Instead, he said meaningful reform must address how priorities are set. So Joseph Walker is up to something here. I wish he would have gone further to say, my foreign minister is a woman, and I will want a place in this union for women. Liberia has the most important commodity on earth. Now, it's not gold, it's not diamond, and it's not oil. It is water.
Water.
Dubai is a desert. Saudi Arabia is a desert. They have turned that place into an oasis because they were able to transport something that we have that is in abundance, water. And yet and still, Bob Marley said, you are drowning in water and you're dying from thirst. Honorable Nagbe, here we are in the middle of water and we are dying from thirst. We are importing pepper. We are subsidizing rice, $200 million a year, and putting $13 million in our budget for agriculture. Who are we?
I thought you were going to Dr. Peabody.
I'm coming
to Dr. Peabody. I want to put you on the spot because he's Secretary General of the CMC. So I know you want to run away from it. You can't run away from this.
Well, look, and I'll try to keep it brief so you can pass it on to Dr. Peabody. Look, from my days with the Progressive Alliance of Liberia and the Progressive People's Party and the United People's Party, we have always advocated the empowerment of our people. You know, don't give the people cups of rice, you know, give them the means, give them the capacity to farm and feed themselves. And the CMC just made that call recently. We keep saying the $200 million sign-on bonus from Esola Metal. We think that money should be given to a cooperative bank or something and send our farmers over there Let them go and make loans and empower themselves, get the tractor, get the yellow machine, get whatever it takes to make farming smarter, make it easier, and make it more efficient. We all know, according to the statistics, 60% of our employment, comes from agriculture. So it really should be, low-hanging fruit, easy. But yet our government will always find a way to make it complicated. They take $500,000 and give it to Speaker Coon to go and enjoy himself, entertainment. I mean, come on. Why do you think this man is embroiled in 1,000 wife controversy? He got women all over the place because he got money to spend. And then got money to spend too. So, I mean, it's really. So I will pass it on, but we have to empower ourselves. I absolutely agree with Mr. Seaton here. African leaders, we have to make our countries attractive. Yes, people will always travel. I know people will come to the US or Europe or wherever, but all of us who travel here, you know how you feel when you get home. There's nowhere better than home. When you arrive at Ara, it's like a weight has been lifted off your shoulders. You take that deep sigh of relief. You're back home. Everybody wants to be back home. I want to be in Monrovia all the time, or Liberia. But you hang out there. By the time you hit the second week, rather, your pockets start getting light. And there's no way to earn a living. You got to come back and go do your 1-2-1-2 and put your money up. But if you had a means, which we're trying to do, a lot of people are left here with money in pocket to go and establish something in Liberia. They frustrate you. They eat your money. They send you back packing. You come back with nothing. So they have to create an enabling environment. We don't expect government to employ everybody. Make it conducive so that people will come in and invest. Tomalin goes in, he opens a little place. He will employ 1 or 2 Liberians. He's helping the economy. Peabody. Sylvester Pewee. Jackson Seaton, Jerome. You and I were in Monrovia recently, Jerome. You know what we went through. I can't say that we made much progress in spite of how well intended we were. So these are the things we're talking about. So when Trump calling our African country asshole countries, and when the Moroccans and the Egyptian or Tunisian, Libyan are thumbing their noses at us and looking down on us, it's because they see no value behind us.
Exactly.
It's a sad fact. So we have to find a way to make our places attractive so we all want to stay home and start going to these people countries, even though it's wrong what they're doing. But I think we're making it too easy for them. Thank you. I will pass it back on.
Dr. Peabody, Dr. Peabody, before you come in, we have to agree that the people who are doing well in Liberia never come to stay here. People who are doing well in Liberia do not come to the United States to stay. They come, they want to go back home because they got something to go home to. That is the objective. Americans don't go places and stay because they got somewhere to go. They got something to come to. Liberians leave. They don't go back because they got nothing to go to. Here we are, Dr. Peabody.
But Mr. Gayman, in the first place, how many Liberians doing well besides those who work in the government and steal money? How many Liberians doing well? You don't have a lot of Liberians that are doing real well when it comes from the business aspect of it. You don't have a lot of Liberians. Most of the Liberians you see, that a temporary one who work for government and they get some money, they steal it. Besides that, if you say Liberians that are doing well, then we'll kind of refer to the Lebanese business. But Lebanese business people are the ones that are doing well. Lebanese are the ones that are doing well. The fact here is you got a leader who worked for who or what? Manager or director, how they used to call them, Liberia Produce and Marketing Corporation, LPMC. Joe Barker claimed to know more about agriculture, know about producing food, all of that. Yeah, I said that we still buying food around from other people. We still sending money all over the place. Liberia don't intend to develop. Liberia don't intend to change. If you look at a man like Richard Quinn, give him $500,000 just for entertainment. That in this serious country there, you even got you backing the international community to support you. You backing every time for budgetary support, but yet and still you taking the money and you wasting it. Why do you think Sweden and leaving Liberia? Because the money they give, they don't see anything that's being done with it in Liberia. That's why they think they can use that money to help Ukraine and other areas that really need it. Because the funds are,
hey, Sita, man, why are you always doing? Man.
The funds
The funds are being mismanaged. You see, you can't even raise the funds for your own budget. But when you do the budget, half of the budget goes to people then in the government allocating this amount for that. Even your very executive, you travel all year round for these loose conferences that you get no benefit or bring nothing back to Liberia. Why you can't organize a training center in Liberia where government officials can go there and have the staff development and have training every year? You're sending hundreds of people out of the country. You're going to this country for meeting. You're trying to the other country for meeting. And what do you get out of it? Nothing. What a Liberia benefit? Waste of money. So the thing is, we're not ready to feed ourselves. We are not ready. 5 million people, like you said, we can't even feed ourselves with pepper, with tomato, and I mean all those things that we got to go to Guinea, we got to go to other country to buy these things. Liberia are just big mouth people. We are just public big mouth people. When we sit up there in the public, we just talk big stuff, and nothing happens. Our official then will sit there when they sit down at a beer table, they will yell, "Oh, today I did this," or "Today we got," for the first time ever in the history. Today I was reading something on Front Page Africa. Somebody built a small place looking like a little shop and put one computer on the decks there, and it's the first state of the art training center.
No, a testing center.
Testing center.
Really?
I look at that nonsense. I said, what is wrong with our country? He said the first state of the art, the computer set load of those 1999 computer desktop, and then he said the first state of the art training center. So we are not ready for Liberia. That's why these countries will continue to use us as African. They will continue to look at us not human, because the Morocco then no respect, or even the Morocco they are poor, but they develop into other ways. You see, so
you gotta put.
That's not me this time. That's not me. That's not me.
No, that's not me.
Hold on, my son. I had to call him, Jenna. He's just right next door. Yeah, he's yelling all over the place. You see, but the thing
the man won a game now. You gotta let him have fun.
Not the one I won a game. That the other one who just making noise. Yeah,
it's all right. It's all right. Tomalin, listen. Those of you, when I hope the foreign minister is watching, because we have to be hard. If a country like Saudi Arabia can cut off the head of 280 Africans, do you think? Oh, that a foreign minister trying to sabotage my speech. Honorable Tomalin George, there is no way that Saudi Arabia is going to behead an American citizen. No matter what the American citizen does in Saudi Arabia, there is no way that somebody is going to behead or hang an American citizen. Anyway, that's the kind of respect. But they are murdering Nigerians and Ghanaians and Guineans and Liberians, beheading them without even notice to their embassies. For those of you who keep saying, we have our international status, our international stage. We are on the international stage. You want to know whether you are respected? If your citizens, look what happened. You and Honorable Pewee, you were talking about the Liberian diplomats that were sentenced in South Korea, I guess, for about 30 years, 20 years for sexual abuse.
No, 7 years.
7 years. They were what, 2 or 3, right?
2.
2 of them.
Yeah.
This tells you the level. We understand what these people did. It's despicable. But if that was an American citizen, the outcome would have been different because of the respect they have for these countries. But for Liberia, these guys will rot in jail and do all 7 years, God's willing, that they survive. This is what we are talking about. You're who in the diplomatic field, those who are, we call ourselves nations, our citizens are being beheaded. Can you imagine the barbarity of cutting somebody's head while they're alive?
Mr. Gayman, I'm not cutting you off.
Go ahead.
Even the Vienna Convention that set the basis for the diplomatic interactions globally, it was from the Vienna Convention. It's clear there. That is just sufficient to sever diplomatic ties with any country, if you will. If I'm the president of my country, and you just behead any of my citizens, no matter what crime he committed, that is sufficient to just sever the relationship. But again, the problem there is if you got this reckless way of managing your own country, and then you are one of those dependent nations, it's a problem. And you're right. There will be no, and listen, the case of Moses Owen Brown, Ambassador Moses Owen Brown, I was the Liberian permanent representative to the IMO, the International Maritime Organization, and that of the other folks that came from the head office in Monrovia. You get to note here that the government has made some frantic effort in trying to repatriate them, negotiate their release so they will serve the rest of their term back in the country. But it went fruitless. It proved futile. And the reason it proved the way it proved, because we don't have major, you see, in diplomacy, if you don't have a leverage, you are a problem. You'll always be on the menu. That's the major problem we face. So the folks, they were indicted in they were found guilty in 2022, and we're in 2021 now.
2026. They got 3 more years to go.
Yeah, so they got like 3 more years to go and other things. So I think they're going to serve, and for that, the case against them, alleged against them, but they went to court and they found them guilty. They said they were messing with underage, having sex with underage Korean girls.
Yeah, they're looking for identity.
Yeah, 15, 16 years old, that about other thing. So but it's quite unfortunate.
Dr. Peabody, you see, they say the evil that man does live
after that. The good is up in the tar with the bones.
There you go.
Mark Anthony.
The evil that a man does live after. You're in Liberia and you are molesting children.
Yeah.
You calling their identity.
Yeah.
And you do it that so much that it becomes part of you, and you go to another country and they say God moved the chair from under you and you fall flat on your face.
Yeah. I mean, that one, I don't think the government even should have done much. All government should have ascertained that they are not being ill-treated or they were not being tried.
Yeah, they said that was zero tolerance on their part. They said, you will serve it there.
Yeah, I mean, because they were too grown.
Because they violated the laws of that country.
Yeah, they violated the law of the country. So the only thing government would have done was to just check and see they're not being ill-treated or something like that.
They in the CJ where other Koreans are.
Or they're not being persecuted falsely. But the thing is, look, when you go to those countries, especially Asia and places like that. I was in Korea one time for
I have one question, gentlemen. One question. Why have you found an American guilty of a crime here? Clearly we know, and the person is detained and confirmed here, or we can deport them to America.
The last active case was against the girl that the guy almost slaughtered the
he slaughtered that girl in
and the form the government said the man was not for liable.
Yeah.
So other thing again.
I'm asking the question because America, they don't care about what you do in your country. They believe that their system is best for their citizen. So even if you try them in your country, even if you try them in your system, so now they have issue with you. We agree the guys violated. Bring them over to America.
Johnny, sorry, I'm not cutting you. Sorry, they're not even part of the international court.
So you see the point I'm making here? Look, if you give your country dignity,
and you have respect you. Yeah.
And you are respecting your own rules and regulations. Your citizens, as even your neighbors, Why do you think people can say, and when you say that they are American door, in Liberia, American door has better treatment than Liberian ordinary door pass around? That's to the extent to which the people gave their citizens that level of dignity and respect. So the Korean brothers who got out in jail in Korea, in America, they're not in jail there. They will send them back to America because America demand our citizens come to them.
Yeah, but
We know how
the thing is, Johnny, these guys are diplomats. You go
But
to
I
a
agree.
different country and
I'm not
act
saying anything wrong. I'm just telling you.
so reckless.
You're
the
policy.
Liberian government was trying to negotiate because they went, one of them went on a diplomatic passport, another one official.
Yeah.
passport.
You couldn't act so reckless.
Yeah,
Look,
but
I've been in Korea. I was in Korea one time for 12 weeks with my school. The people got different laws there. You don't just see people and try to be pushing there, doing things and trying to touch them and stuff like that. You gotta follow the law. You go to another country. They got rules.
American woman went to Russia. The phone we draw in Russia. American woman, American basketball star. What did America do? They did everything to get her back to America. What makes you a country that gives your people dignity?
But that was a jungle. That one power, not a fair.
But Johnny, you have to understand that the United States has enormous leverage around the world.
That's what Johnny's saying. That's what Johnny's saying.
Use your water leverage.
That's it.
But listen, Peabody, and listen, gentlemen. If Liberia was providing water to dry countries as our support to international community, to UN, you'll be respected on the table. If we say, look, we have dry countries in Africa, in East Africa, in North Africa, wherever, we will supply X million liters of water every year to then support them with their water system. What will happen to you? So you say Liberia, they say, oh, Liberia, yes, give them seat. But you're always begging. You are even begging for what you can do for yourself. So that's why our citizens are not respected anywhere in the world.
Because we are not using our resources effectively. That's our problem.
That's the point we're making. That's the point we're making. And people can't see our value with God. A lot of people can't see our value, but some don't know our value. They come and they manipulate us and abuse us of our own values here. Right in Liberia, people in Liberia, they are Liberian working for Lebanese boys here. They are educating in Lebanese homes. Liberian women and boys working for Lebanese here in Liberia. They are educated there. But they will not talk because they feel that they want to for me. At least I can get my day full money to go home. Because your state has failed to protect your dignity and your right as a Liberian person. That's a fact to say that.
Honorable Josh, I come to throw another monkey wrench in this before we go.
Yeah, throw it there.
This thing they call carbon credit. To me, it's the worst law I have ever seen, but the poor country like Liberia. Can you imagine? Saudi Arabia and the other countries, they are polluting at a massive level. But they say they will give Liberia some money to buy carbon credit in Liberia so we do not pollute.
No, we don't call.
I went into my village and the people say now they are certain they can't do this, they can't do that. In fact, they can't even hunt some of the animals that are there because they're now against the law, and they will be giving money, they will be compensated, they will get food, they will get this. Where in the world would this happen? You are developing your country, you're building factories, you're doing everything. And it's creating jobs and attracting people to your country. Then you say because we got a forest, we shouldn't develop, we shouldn't build factory, we shouldn't do anything. And our people are subject to perpetual poverty. And the few dollars, $1 million they gave us, it stays at the top. Government steals it. And the people in my village, they can't slice and burn anymore. They can't hunt this animal. They can't hunt that animal. What is going on, Chief?
Well, let me before I answer, let me just bring us up to date. Two issues today that you guys were discussing earlier, and somebody watching the show just wanted to make clarity, but they won't update us.
Good.
The issue about Bonjala is still in prison, and the issue about Prophet Kid, somebody said he's still in prison too. And the issue of the Fulani Defense Force, tomorrow the Senate have invited the heads of the various security agencies to discuss it tomorrow. So tomorrow we'll see what happens from there. So you want to make that clarity.
So is will the Fulanis be invited because they are not an agency?
No, they're inviting the heads of security agencies to tell them.
Like the national security folk.
Yeah, the bureau agencies to discuss what about the existence of that such a group, whatever the case. So
let me ask this question.
What happens?
Fulani, are they an ethnic group in Liberia?
Yes.
No, are they an ethnic group in Liberia?
They're not part of the listed historical.
Yeah, they are not part of the listed. I think 18 or 16 ethnic group in Liberia.
16 ethnic.
I just wanted to know.
Yeah, but anyway, for where we have reached in this 21st century, I'm one person that I always say these guys should be considered as part of Liberian society. They've been here for more than 100 years.
But Honorable, didn't the Constitution?
But let me say this, Mr. Nagbe, Mr. Gayman. Look, let me tell you this. The country is at a point where we are all on time, but we are buying time. Whenever I say this, people think we're joking, but you guys will have the rude awakening this year. When our country is disrupted, we paralyze everything, put it to the ground, people will wonder. They will say, wow, there's no joke about it. We are serious about that.
What's your formula?
Our Liberia need to disrupt the system so that we have a fair and equitable distribution of our national wealth. It's not fair to have $1.2 billion budget with 103 plus, maybe roughly 500 persons enjoying the national wealth, while 5.7 million people just continue to live in sustained and abject poverty. It's not fair. And our country is being run by the foreigners. They're not joking with us. Look, you have the Turkish people in
your man Jetty. Your man Jetty, they don't want Jetty.
Well, Jetty only get point.
You see,
some of the things there. That's some of the things.
You want to defend Jetty now? You want to defend Jetty?
I want to challenge you. If you say Jetty do anything, bring it forward.
Bring the evidence for us to talk about now. Bring the evidence you got.
Bring it.
Okay, gentlemen.
I went there. I visited Jetty Corporation. I went to his rubber plantation. I saw for myself, and when I saw what he's doing for Liberians, if he can bring that he's doing the wrong thing, then it will be good for discussing. Bring the evidence.
Mr. George.
Yeah.
Let me put this one to Victor. Victor, you are not spoken for a while. It says here Liberia is historically and constitutionally defined as a nation.
Victor is doing some CMC consultation.
Yes. Defined as a nation for people of African descent, often historically termed a land of the Negroes. A legal text. Founded in 1822. So if this place is a land of people of color, why people are saying the Fulanese are not citizens? Aren't they people of color?
Yeah, I think it's being short. Johnny, go ahead. Since you're in a dark, go ahead.
Yeah. So they are colored and they can be citizens. They fit all the conditions to be citizens. Nothing can stop them. They fit all the conditions to be citizens.
Okay.
So, but the condition before Mr. Namagan continue, the condition to fit that, they are citizens if they are born in Liberia or if they came in Liberia and naturalized, went through a naturalization process.
No, but according to the legal text here, it says here, it is a nation historically and constitutionally defined as a nation of people of color, African descent.
Yeah, but African descent, and that's why the Article 27 of the Constitution is clear. We can go there again. They will have to naturalize all those that are already there. If they born any child or children there, those children will declare on 18 if they want to be Liberian citizen. That's the Negro descent thing they talked about. The Negro descent, a Nigerian man can live in Nigeria and can be citizen of Liberia, and we have a lot of them there. A Cameroonian can be the only people that cannot be the white, but people of Negro descent, our descent. Any descent of so kind of line can be citizen of Liberia. The only discrimination with that against folks, and I think it is racist, that portion of our constitution, is that people of Negro descent. So that's the problem. So a Fulani can migrate from Guinea-Conakry or from Mali or from Cote d'Ivoire or from Sierra Leone, can come to Liberia, settle his mission there, to be a mission that something or whatsoever thing. He can naturalize, go through the naturalization process. Now that Liberia do have a naturalization, he can do that. He can marry a Liberian woman, if he born children by that woman, or even bring Fulani woman and born children. The children born in Liberia, if they turn 18, they are citizens by birth, but they can determine if they want to be citizens at age 18. So most of those Fulani children Fulani that are born, their kids in Liberia, all of those kids are all Liberian citizens. So they are citizens, but the other part of the debate is that they are not recognized by the trapper group in Liberia to be fully as part of. So we have 16 tribes in Liberia. The Fulanis are not inclusive of that, but they can be citizens of Liberia.
Okay, now let me push a little bit harder. My brothers and sisters on from the Congo settlement. Okay, why shouldn't Congo be a tribe?
Congo will not be a tribe because why is that to say the Congo is a tribe? Congo is why is that they got language, they got any dialect? No.
Yes.
What is dialect?
Wait, the dialect make you a tribe?
English. So we say English is an international language.
So
yeah, but let me say something. They cannot be considered at ethnicity. Anthropologically, they can be considered ethnicity because they have a unique culture. They have a unique pattern.
What is culture they got?
Listen, gentlemen.
But no, we're not fighting you. We're asking questions.
Culture is way of life. Listen, culture is way of life, right? They have a unique way of life.
What a way of life.
If you visit the Congo settlement, the way, in fact, they are tested with the way they build their structures, the way they do their activities, right? The way they do their family relationship, right? That gave them an ethnicity.
The way they cause.
Even if you say language, if you say language, they don't. English is not their language, right? They speak language. I mean, if I substitute to English, the language of the Congo people in Liberia that we call English is not English, but they understand themselves. They understand how to communicate through that language they speak. That we call English. They don't speak English. They speak they speak colloquial, so to speak. We can call Congo English or Congo language, right?
No, but I disagree because then you say some other Congo people because the way I was brought up is that I mean, it's just a way of life. You just put that in tribe because like
okay, wait, let me ask you. Okay,
the way I was brought up on Sunday morning.
Why do you call pastor a tribe or what you call pastor a group?
On Sunday morning we have
Basel, they are speaking.
Yeah, we have.
It's not just the language alone.
No. Language alone cannot make you. If that's so, then Fula can be.
I reject the notion that Congo is a tribe. No, Congo is just nothing.
But they're not a tribe.
I think Congo should be tried. No, it's not divisive.
Well, because that's what we try to do, and what led to the crisis today.
No.
But I'm trying to describe people.
Mr. Gayman.
What led to this thing? What led to the war is inequality and stratification.
But Mr. Gayman, 1980, because people took 13 human beings and put on pool to shoot them, and they were running in the country there. Congo woman born Roe, they didn't want born Sawyer. That was and the thing was fair. 13 people have families. You kill them for no reason. You did Congo.
So the tribe is wrong. It's wrong.
I condemn that what happened in 1980 to put 13 people behind the post and shoot them broad daylight. That was in cold blooded murder. That was wrong.
We agree.
Talking about it, I disagree with it because I was brought up. I reject it because my brother, in me during the war, I was arrested because they said my Tomalin is out of country need. For what? What is that? That name was given to me by my father.
You
to
see,
school.
you see,
George Tomalin.
you just confirmed the point I just made,
I
right?
will not say
You
anything
just
about
confirmed the point I made.
Tomalin.
They need me, right?
Tomalin, I think the Congo people deserve a status of their own.
Exactly.
Because the culture. Let me define what a culture. What a culture is. Culture is a shared, learned, and dynamic system of belief, values, behavior, custom, the artifacts, the characteristics of a group, essentially as their way of life and personality.
So how different the living? How different the
listen,
why do you call me when you call it into my name? Why do you call you Tomorrow when you call your name? Yeah, why do you call me when you call your name?
But Tomalin, listen, these people they have a culture, they have arts, they have characteristics, they have made contributions. They have all of those things, their belief system. I think they need to be a protected class.
Exactly.
They should enjoy the benefits of the country. They should enjoy the protection of the people.
Liberia and learn our coast. You see, look, and people, that one look.
Too many you are making concern the whole idea. Too many, let me say something. Let's go back. Too many, who brought the doctrine?
So, Jerome, are you in the Congo range? You are Congo man, right?
No, I'm a sociologist.
No, that's not you, Johnny. I'm talking about Jerome.
From the sociological standing.
That's the point I'm making. Tomalin, right? Tomalin.
Jerome, are you a Congo man or Bassa man?
Who introduced the Bible in Liberia?
George family, my George family.
Please answer the question. Who brought Bible teaching to you in Liberia? Who teach you Christianity in Liberia?
What?
Who brought the Bible to you in Liberia?
Wait, so I want to reclaim my time. Because I give my time to Junior. All of y'all took my time. You're running away with it.
I
want to reclaim my time.
Victor, we say when you move, you lose. You keep moving, that's how you keep losing. But go ahead.
No, I wanted to talk briefly about what we're talking about, the citizenship thing and the Fulani and all of that. Look, I think it's a mistake that we're making in Liberia. You know, this whole inward looking type of attitude, you know, once you're my partner from Lofa or from Maryland, you know, United Liberian, it's killing us, you know. What Sylvester described there is true. You can come here and declare a citizenship, but what is making it difficult is when we allow you to do that, we are forcing you to renounce your citizenship elsewhere. You cannot be a citizen of Liberia and be a citizen of Morocco, for instance, or a citizen
no, that have changed names on the way.
I know, but I know the Lord I was part of, but it's not being practicalized.
Exactly.
You know, but the Fulani they being around. Well, you know, I don't see why we don't consider them Liberian. They're just as Liberian as any of us, you know. And we have to. And the people are too afraid. Oh, these people come here, they will take over our country. But we've been there 200 years. What have we done for the country? Nothing. You know, maybe we should allow other people come and help us.
Look, I'm not cutting up. I was just in a conversation like this last night at a friend's place.
Yeah.
And they were still talking about we should never allow a Lebanese or this person to be citizen of our country. If these people were born there, these people have been living there for decades, for years.
Yeah.
Why can't they be citizen? Or they'll take away our land. You're not going your own. The land been sitting down there for 100 years.
Other countries around us have gotten smarter, you know. Look at Ghana, you know, they open their doors. What are the people they're gonna take the whole country and bring it out of Liberia? Yeah. No, they're not gonna do that. But when you allow them to come here and help to develop the country, you know, we need to really open our eyes to these things. And you know, Musa Ability was in Maryland in January. He met with the governor of Maryland. He decided he's going to make it easier for people who were not necessarily born in Liberia, who want to be Liberians, you know, especially our brothers and sisters here in the diaspora, to come home and settle in Liberia and take on the path of citizenship.
I told Musa on Sunday, I said, Musa, don't let him. I said, look, you can keep on pushing. You can never tell. Look, like today, as we honor the death of Jesse Jackson,
right?
It was true with some of his advocacy that brought change to the Democratic Party. The rule the Democratic Party used, George Jackson pushed that route forward. But Obama will now have gotten the nomination of the Democratic Party because Hillary had won almost. It was two proportional delegates share. Obama ought to win the Democratic Party nomination. Had it not been the push that Jesse Jackson made, Hillary won all the major primary and so forth. But we're proportional. When you win an era, your shared delegates. How come Obama was able to get the Democratic nomination? So no, the issue I will talk about this thing about the people now they come up in it. Don't get me started because I reject that. That guy, the fact of the matter that I said in 1980, when the so-called natives took over the country, where are we today? We led the country to war. Today we stay backwards. 7 and 8 years old, we stay backward. Okay, and honestly, like somebody said the other day, we are still living in Tomalin, Liberia, because all the building Tomalin built, I will stay using. Some do try to do his best, but then after he try to mix it with trouble, it got messed up. But what I was to say, oh, there's Anthony Thomas Stadium, don't keep on with that complex. But what can we show to say, oh, we got this University of Liberia, the university, this university, the more university, the airport, nothing, because the division we're doing. That's why I want to tell people, you can break the glass ceiling. Don't give up. My friend, anybody who want to pursue the highest office, they should not give up. They should move forward, because all we have done to that country is just subject the country to poverty. Look at, I mean, I have some of our blessed to come to America, and how come today our lives are different. But when you go back home, honestly, you all know, you go to Liberia, you see a difference there. The people see you different. They see you different. Just like some of us, we try to bring ourselves to the level for the fact that no, we are all the same. We all the same. I don't go and try acting like some white man or somebody who from different planet. No, bring myself to the level. But we do that. Make up in America, people tend to give you credence. They give you first class. You go somewhere to recognize you. They giving you a preference. But and that's why. But what have we done to the country? The country is look at the country today. And whenever so you can't be the one, you can't be that one. Give me a break. Anybody you can be anything you want to be. If it's left for you, work hard and put everything into it, and you'll succeed. You know, look, we got an issue, a land issue now. You got somebody who in land for 30 years. You touch the land. On a serious note now, what you want in land for 30 years, you develop the land.
Yeah. Where you holding on to it for you?
People that stay in this Nagbe, people stay in this place coming like, bro, they still want, can you imagine? Send the war in there. They still want to live in shelter and say they should hold it. No, these are public buildings. Get it for the buildings. And when you tell us, they take advantage of you. No, I'll be frank. But it gets serious. Until we be intentional about our country, we'll just be like that. I'm sorry to say.
Listen, guys, for me, I want to believe that the settlers' children, our Congo brothers and sisters, should be something we call the protective class. When I was in real estate school, there's something they call the protective class. They said black people should not live, black people should not do this, Indians should not, because of the importance of the contribution these people have made. And for their children and grandchildren and their culture that will be here forever. So, for instance, there are some neighborhoods they say, you can't live here, you got to live here only 55 and up. That is a class they call protective class, because of their contribution about everything else they have done and where they are in life. Our brothers and sisters from across brought something and it's still there, and they need to be protected. It has nothing to do with race. It has nothing, but they call them a protective class. We got to protect them, a protective class. So anybody who is running away from their culture or because there's a stigma attached, we have to, we're just talking about the Lebanese. When Victor and I were down there, the gentleman said, listen, people can claim all they want. I have the huge place here, mechanic shop, we sell cars and everything. She said, yes, we take our money to Lebanon and some other places. She said, because I'm not allowed to invest my money here. So if I can't invest my money in the country, I can't even own a piece of land. Why would I build a factory here?
That's what I've been saying.
Why would I build a factory here? Why would I manufacture a car here? Why would I do all of these things here?
So why did you kind of
agree. He talked about capital flight. He said, yeah, we take money out of here. But guess what? We take it to places where the people want us to invest. So
right.
like me, right? The village I was born in, when I was a child, we had maybe like 200 people were on 1,000 acres. You go to the village now, the last time when only 9 people remaining in that village. 9. And they complaining, people can't take our land. You're 9 here. What you're doing with 1,000 acres? You don't want to give it to the Fulani. You don't want to give it to the Lebanese, because your field, they will take your, guess what? They will take your land anyway. You want a 9 remaining, you will be dead in a few times, and they will take the land either way. So why don't we be wise enough to say, you know what? We will form a cooperative, we'll form some kind of estate, and we'll give the land to these folks, and we will share the proceeds in perpetuity, right? All the children born, descendants of these children will benefit from this land. Why are you doing that to benefit your children, grandchildren, great-grandchildren? Maybe they will build school, they will build hospital. But we're sitting on 1,000 acres doing absolutely the same creek that we were drinking when I was a child. They are still drinking in that creek.
You should change it for them.
But I went to build a well there.
Don't do well, do borehole.
Whatever hole they bore there, I'm telling them they need to do better than that. They can't wait. They can't wait to go to Bikini to buy rice and bring it back to the village. What kind of village life is that? So this is what we are saying. I think Tomalin is right. We have all this land. We have everything.
Let me time now so I can close because actually it's late here and we are out of energy. But I want to reform quickly.
Yeah, your closing. Yeah, after 8, go ahead, do your closing so you can go.
Abu is arguing that where I am has current and I'm somewhere else in the forest. That's why I'm saying I'm in the darkness. Abu, I'm right here in Pins 02 Road. If you have anybody who lives here, actually the place is in darkness. So I want to make that clear to you, Abu. So the second thing also is that all the land matter, my fellow panelists. Land is the number 1 access for access to cash. And that is why the national government of every country must have a very robust land use plan in the interest of its citizens. Again, in the interest of its citizens. So, like example, Mr. Gayman said the village was having maybe 200-300 people living in the past. Now they are 9, but the land is still constant. Land is a fixed asset. Land does not depreciate. Land continuously appreciates. If you go to live for land for $1, you don't buy $1. You come 1 month after, it's $1.50 or $2. That simply means that our system of governance that controls the land administration should ensure that the Liberian citizens benefit from the land that they have inherited naturally. For example, Mr. Gayman, your community, Liberia land administration where you guys go, and they demarcate your land and deed it in the name of that community. So that if your Lebanese or Indian friend like my man Jetty or somebody wants to invest there, he or she goes there and go through land lease agreement with the people of your community so they too can become rich people. So we can lease our land for 20 years or 50 years. You pay our land money to us. Then we ourselves, our community will become wealthy. They will acquire money. They will get money. So we have to protect the land in the best interest of our citizens, and so that our investors that come to the country, our development partner in the country, will invest in the land also by negotiating with our people to lease the land from them. Because if you give your land, you never get it back. So, like for me in my village, when I was going to my village frequently a few years back, they were always say, "Oh, you don't take the land." I said, "No, I grew up here. We're many here. Let me go today. I'm coming back to you every other time. I come and share with you. So you give me all the assets. No, if I do it, the people that I grew up with here, they are in Vonja and other places I need to have this land to use. So let's of it land into our name as a village or as a family, as a whole group, so that we can all invest and make the land useful to make income for the unborn generation to benefit from the land. So the land matter in Liberia should not be handled with lip service. It should be handled with serious economic value and very good land use policy that will benefit and dignify the Liberian people. Thank you, gentlemen. Good night. I hope we see you guys tomorrow.
Good. Before you leave, I want to let Mr. Abu know he got a new name. He is the new Baghdad Bob. That's the Ali. He said every day during the Iraq war, he was having news conferences. The American soldiers are committing suicide by the gate. We are killing them. In the meantime, he was finding his way to the Syrian border. Baghdad Bob said, everything you see on CNN, it's a lie. We are winning this war. We're killing the Americans. The Americans are in retreat. Abu Kamara is right over there. He is saying there is light everywhere, even with Johnny where he is in his own house. Abu is sitting somewhere telling the man, you got light in your house. This is not even blind loyalist. It is not denial. It is psychosis. Chief. Gentlemen, it's 8:30, time for you guys to go home. Honorable Pewee, your party comment.
Yeah, I think we just have to keep the torch burning and hold the stewards of the country, those that are steering the affairs of the country. We have to hold them to account to the country, and we, as we prepare to get almost in the middle of things, we just have to push things moving. But the news that the court ruled for Dopoh Myean to be reinstated or pay all of his remaining term left, I think is in the right direction. And I will hope that the government would take note immediately. And I know they're going to do that because the Supreme Court said it already. But let me say this: I think the security apparatus in the country quickly here, we have to beef up all efforts to do the job that everyone are paying them. We put millions of dollars in the budget for them, and they sit down and allowed paramilitary groupings or militia group to be established in the name of protecting, as the press secretary said, protecting her when she going to a Friday prayer and all those things. So I think it is not only something that is reckless, but it is irresponsible on her part to even come out publicly and say that and proving that the government is incompetent to provide security for the people that are living in the territorial, if you will, bitterwood of the public. So I think we ought to take note of these things and govern the country and govern well. You came to rescue. You didn't come to allow the Fuda community or the Pede community to create forces to protect their own people. So if the Pede people say we're going to create the Pede forces to protect our women when they go into the market, then the group will do the same. The Bassa will do the same. Then we're not going to allow state within a state. That is it's an extraordinary incompetence on the part of the Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces. He took oath to protect the country, and I thought he's not performing that. His press secretary alluded to that the government isn't able to protect everybody, so that we have to do that to protect those that are going to the mother order area. That's a shame. It's unfortunate. And good night, guys.
Thank you. Nagbe?
Yeah, thank you very much. Great show. I came on you guys. I didn't have a chance to extend my sympathies to, the Jackson family for the passing of the Reverend Jesse Jackson. Push, people United States United and also Rainbow Coalition. He broke a lot of barriers. He made a couple of mistakes too. I remember threatening to cut out Obama's, for he said looking down on the black people, and all of that. But he was a great guy, and the war, a great one has left also deeper sympathies. I agree with Sylvester. I think the the Fuller thing, I don't think it's really a big deal, but I think the press sector is finding a way to make it out of a big deal. I know the Fulani have been agitating. They want to form part of the mainstream, and I think they should. I mean, they've been here. They're just as Liberian as any of us. I think we need to make it easier for them to feel Liberian. But this whole paramilitary thing, I think that's the wrong way to go. They can't force their way into, I think there is a way it can be done. I understand their frustration has been too long, but still, I think the government is in charge of security. Any other thing other than that, to me, is domestic, militarization, which is I will frown upon any day. So I think Councilor is it attorney Kula Fofana. I hope she finds an opportunity to correct, whatever it is that she altered. It's totally inappropriate. Again, it's been good being here. The CMC is committed to helping in every way possible to let other people of African descent, come and enjoy life. I think there is a lot of opportunity to be derived from this for the country. I say this quickly. I didn't have a chance to say. I think the problem we have is that we're not allowing the laws and the books to work. I think that is where the problem is. My wife and I, we go to Liberia and we eat plenty chips in the streets. We buy it from those children. We don't care where they make it. We eat it. We buy stock of it at home. You can get a pack for $100 or $50. But now the people, those merchants of Far Eastern descent, they got us in the shop they call supermarket. I was so hurt by that. They're putting these people out of business. And it is only because we've never allowed the laws and the books to work. I mean, I know my friend Yvonne Bright is locked in this battle with Shock Ice Cream and all the fight, instead of the fact that is an exclusive reserve for Liberians, but you have people of non-Liberian, nationality in the ice cream business. So I think that is where the problem is. If we allow the laws to work, I think we should allow people to come in and set up shop in Liberia and do what they want to do as long as they're working within the confines of the rule of law. So again, thank you for the opportunity. It's been great being here with you. Come and join us in the CMC. We'll try to make life easier in Liberia. We'll develop the country. You already seen what we're doing. This is not a joke. We're moving forward. It's been great being here. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Hopefully tomorrow we'll have a lady here. Sarah been busy in the chat, so I feel like she's being a part of us. So, Sarah, thank you for joining us. I know you and Abu are going at it. You'll never get tired, but it is what it is.
Abu got to defend his salary.
That's right.
Dr. Peabody.
The great show. Thank you, Mr. Gayman, for holding it down. Great show. What I will say here is we have a country that do not regard the rule of law. So I won't be surprised if they will come out with a rebuttal for the Supreme Court ruling today. I will not be surprised at all. These are people who grossly disregard the rule of law at the highest level. So I really will not be surprised. I mean, the government have not responded. They should have responded immediately. I think if I was Dr. Myean, tomorrow I would drive up to my office and go take my seat. Because the Supreme Court have ruled. Tomorrow I will go right there and drive my car in. And
Dr. Henry Peabody.
Yeah, and sit there.
Go right back to work tomorrow, right?
Yeah, go right back to work. The Supreme Court. You all see what the Supreme Court ruled here is instant. It take, but knowing that country, knowing Liberia, they would rather sacrifice hundreds of thousands of dollars just so he can't come back and work. They would rather tell him to go to get the money, and that's the kind of country. So you rather dish out a lot of money rather than the man who's trained in that area to do the work.
Yeah,
come back and do it. Dopoh Christian is an exemplary individual. Like we're proud of him. He won a lot of war, and he's and I'm proud of him too. Being a monkey from a real college, I'm very proud of him. But what I will say here is, I'll not be surprised in the next day the government, the justice minister come out and write another something for that. Don't be surprised. He will come out tomorrow and write his own funny. He'll come out right and say, you know what? Because that other bugger will go on the radio and say, they stay investigating and doing the other stuff. But honestly, it was a great show. But God, don't take it for granted. The government will come with a different position on the Supreme Court rule. Not in Liberia, that one can happen. So don't take it for granted. They'll come out with different something tomorrow. Don't take it for granted.
Thank you. Honorable Tomalin, take us out.
Oh, Quote, our father was a servant leader, not only to our family, but to the oppressed, the voiceless, and the overlooked around the world, the Jesse Jackson family. Look, yes, today America lost a great human icon for the civil rights movement, someone who walked by the late civil rights leader, Martin Luther King Jr. Jesse Jackson will be remembered for a role he's played in the civil rights movement, and today we honor him in his death to the extent where even Trump called him a force of nature, but then he used the man's death to attack Obama again, and thought about Trump is just a hell of a guy. But we honor Jesse Jackson today. We pray for his family and our thoughts and prayers. But I would say this: look, Liberia we are at a crossroad. And I can see the 2029 elections being one of Liberia's most fiercely contested election. Take it or leave it. It will be fiercely contested.
Good.
The UP will want to remain in power to the extent where they are even carrying on. I mean, I can say openly, they are carrying Garguah for re-election. They are determined to carry him. And you know what it means. And so they'll have a fierce battle to fight. But I see the forces to come together later on, and I see Liberia having one of the most watched and fierce election come 2029. So all we pray for Liberia, we pray that they will honor the Constitution will be honored, respected, and that wherever the Supreme Court, as we consider them the final arbiter of the law, whatever the decision rendered, whether we like it or not, will be honored, respected by all sides. Until the legislature can do what they need to do, they do the needful to put them in check. We have to continue to respect the Supreme Court decision. We may not like it, but that's how our Constitution works. And I would not. I'll criticize them, but not to insult them. I think they deserve to be respected as the highest court in the land. But great show, and Mr. Gayman, thank you for moderating, and guys, thank you all for being participants.
Thank you, guys. It was great being with you guys. We had a great time. Let's do this again tomorrow. Let's talk about issues affecting our country, and let us not go soft. It has nothing to do with patriotism. We got to hold each other responsible on the show, in our political parties, in our churches, in our mosque. If you can't do it in your church, if you can't do it in your mosque, you can't do it in your family, you are a vlog. You come on the show, you talk all that thing, but then
you're Fiamomo.
Yeah, you're Fiamomo.
Fiamomo or hard gray.
That's right. You come on the show and talk all kind of things, then you go and do something totally different.
Yeah, let too many saying now that we can't cause them, we respect them. Who causing them?
Well, in the meantime,
measure. I'll be very.
In the meantime, let Tomalin go to work tomorrow.
We'll tell them they fight, but somebody won't be talking to them.
No.
I don't want to expose them in the
No. Different.
You gotta stop that. You gotta stop that.
No, you can't. I can't be like you. I was raised differently.
We didn't cause them.
Yeah, so don't say I can't be like you.
You're talking to them. You're talking to them.
No, Tomalin, you wrong now. You ain't got nothing to do with being brought up.
So don't tell me my words am I used. No, I use the words I use. I use the.
All right, guys.
The show is over. Let's do this tomorrow.
Let Tomalin go to work. Let Tomalin go to work.
See you tomorrow at the NHIL. Go to work. Okay,
guys. Hold it down.
disappointment. Now the vice president often tell me since he got a seat as vice president, how many persons have I recommended in this government to serve in the government as presidential appointee? Zero. Every appointment in Nima County was done by him. He and I would discuss something as a brother. To implement it, you will bypass me and do different things. I don't talk on it.
Now you need to see us. The thing we saw, it frustrate us. So why can't you lie? Why can't you steal? Why can't you allow the citizens to be? You see, we just tell you that why we vote tell you. But you fool us, you screw us, you use us and later on abuse us. So why? The government makes you lie. Why? But that's the question that we ask.
A good person in a whole United Party that President Bouaka. You want to say that again? The only person that appreciate good among all the United Party for that President Bouaka. The rest are ungrateful. The right, they use you and dumb you. But President Bouaka, if all of them were thinking the President Bouaka and behaving the President Bouaka, United Party will have another chance in 2029. Just for now, they don't have. They do not regard people that help them.
Three of our soldiers were executed on this party ground. 2 at the back and 1 right at the headquarters. The man who shot and killed our people today is a darling boy in the Liberia National Police. They brought him back to shoot more guns. Get ready to shoot. Because we challenge the status quo appropriately. Inform them the violence or any student because of their action. It will be the day the entire Bouaka administration will cut down. We will massively violate the students in this country and we'll shut down the Bouaka administration. The day that happens, we have the capability to do so. And if they think this renovation project is a joke, let them try it. The fall of the Bouaka administration begin with this. If they think they will tumble on any student in this country or at the university like going and walk away with impunity, while our children saving opponents and logic in the Western world, while we are subjected to agile forward and bad learning conditions here, and the thing will say.
In the first 100 days, no car will get stuck on a major road in this country. And I mean it.
You say it out loud?
It's going down. First floor. There you have it.
That led to decades of war still run deep. But so too does the longing for reconciliation. A reconciliation defined not by political bargaining or by an artificial balance of power by tribe, region, religion, or ethnicity, but by the equality of opportunity and a better future for all Liberians.
Bouaka can lie. The government, all the ministers in the government, they can lie. They don't put all hustle, they put hustle, they lie. Everything they say, they never say the truth.
Today, the supporters of His Excellency Joseph Bouaka presents him as a poor man from Lofa and asserts that he will understand the plight of the poor people. Fellow Liberians, do not be fooled. First President Bouaka is not poor like you, not even as me. As Vice President, his office received more money from the government budget than any other Vice President has received in Liberia's history. He has enjoyed some of the best and most lucrative government jobs.
There's this, what I call sort of vicious lie about the fact that Mr. Pewee is gay or bring gay lifestyle to Liberia. It's complete bullshit. When people can accuse you of stealing people's money, when they can accuse you of being involved in the war, anything, people don't make up stuff. They don't make up shit. Excuse my language, right? So it's complete nonsense. I'm married, 8 Teresa, 2 children, 5 grandchildren. I believe in traditional family values, so it's complete bullshit, complete nonsense.
Young man, vice president, young man that are vice president, the major stole 500,000. I mean, Jamaica, the major went to, I forgot that Jamaica, the majors went to Ghana, the fit, and they may bring it all company in the country. I mean, Kun, they can't reach yourself. Kun, man, you know, Kun, but I want to sophisticated, quiet, hardcore rule in Labro. But Labro,
when 2029 come and pass, then you finally leave. Mission is completed. Now, what the rules of engagement? When the war ended, the guy said, the captain, the commander said, mission complete. There wounded outfits, all men on board.
Everywhere there is no school, I will put school. And everywhere there is school and school in bad condition, I will renovate it. I told them, towns and villages, everywhere you will have lights in a town for children to play and people to see. I told them, every town will have safe drinking water.
If Charles Taylor is the problem, he will be out of here in the twinkle of an eye. And I say, let well-meaning Liberians come home. If we respect this constitution, a government formed in Accra is a violation of Article 1 of the Constitution. Let them come home. Let that government be formed in Monrovia.
The government that capital road, small, big road, all kind of place. I think the reason Joseph Baga will not do much because the old man, the papa is suffering. The papa loves the country, but he can't make it. The criminal there around him, they sophisticated than him. They are sophisticated criminals, so they can't make it.
Your league Costa, God know how to pay people. It's just simple. Costa that accused everybody but himself. Everybody, Joe, we join, we accuse Joe, he killed Joseph Boaga. Boaga still living. Joe, no, you leave better. He named senator. He almost made Joseph Boaga president until he screwed up. We gave God the glory. Yeah. Well, Boaga, when he screwed, he said, oh, we don't want to make sure we will fought for him to be reconciled with the president. And then the people who fought for him. Look, Yoli Costa, you come. And Costa on a podcast, he said, they don't been calling me. Okay. The time you were calling me for me to carry the president, Boaga, did I put it on radio? That immaturity to do what he talks about.
And I
no, son,
guarantee you, when we finish, there will not be a winner or the loser. Today we all wear the jersey of Liberia, and the victory belongs to the people, to the peace, and to our democracy. As we begin to build upon the foundation of this new Liberia, I, George Seleke Kromah, the new president, will first give thanks and praises to the Almighty God for the blessing He has bestowed upon our country. And I say, my people, thank you,
When you elect on 85 irresponsible men, what happened to our country? We elect on 85 irresponsible men to govern this country, not to be very irresponsible.